chat. It's the Ponder Monkey. See ya. You got kicked off Kick? What the hell did you do? What'd you defend illegal immigration or something? What's the matter? Didn't say that, didn't give him your weekly N-word quota? Only said the N-word 17 times. You got to say at least 20 times a week to keep your Kick account. Thank you so much to Space Age Cha-Cha Flight Lounge. Yeah, I only said the N-word 17 times. Hacked through email. What? Get hacked? People get hacked? That shit happens? I two-factor everything. I two-factor and forget it. Okay? That's my... I'm in IT. Okay? I'm in IT and I also pirate content illegally. Okay? I'm in the deep recesses of the internet. I have yet to be hacked. Why? You enable two-factor. Enable two-factor. I don't know what's up with this individual. I don't, you know, the news really found gold with this interview right here. Why is this man like this? Why is this young man like, why is he, what's up? Why, no one, this is the guy we talked to, huh? A bunch of normal looking dudes over here, but I think, is he doing the fucking like Scarface thing? Did he just stick his head in a massive pile of coke? What horrors do we have today? What are you talking about? Swims with whales? What are you horrors? What's horrific about brutal gun violence that's been happening in our streets for decades? Come on now. Don't you know this is the new normal? You're the crazy one because you don't want to buy a Mac 10. You're the crazy one because you don't want to get that extended clip. Or is that just a normal mag? Yeah, that's the normal mag. Is that you, Swims with Whale? You're just buying the normal mag? You don't even have the drum mag that fucking connects to it? Come on, Swims with Whales. You got yourself an M16 over here. Fucking belt-fed ammo. The Looney Tunes gang. Yeah, I would recognize. I don't know what you're talking about, dude. These motherfuckers pull up. I'm like, yeah, I'm as broke as you guys, just so you know. You be pulling the shit out of my pockets. You're gonna be like, what the fuck is this junk? If you're pulling shit out of my pockets, you're gonna be pulling toys and tissues and candy. Certainly isn't gonna be money. It's like, what the fuck is this? What is this, a yo-yo? What is this, a kazoo? A harmonica? Where's the money? I don't know. You got any? You got any, bro? Might score some mushrooms. Yeah, maybe. This is tragic right there. That's tragic. Rushing a gunshot victim, young gunshot victim into the hospital. All right. News. 1 second. I'm a professional. I'm a professional newscast broad newsman. I'm a broad man. I'm broadening it up. This cast is broad. 1 second. Broad news. Okay. Think sober thoughts. Okay. Here we go. Hi, you folks. I'm Abandoned Nihilism. This is the News Underground, the #1 news thing on the internet. Welcome. I'm just going to go through today's news, and then hopefully I have time to jump into the other news. This stream is brought to you by Fanta Chucky's Punch. Chucky's Punch. This is Chucky the murderous doll. He murders people. He's a criminal. He's a serial murderer that did a voodoo magic ritual and put his soul into this doll. He did it at the last second. Eventually, he started to like it, and then he doesn't want to leave. So now this is Chucky. This is the guy. It's Chucky. Come on, camera. Fucking crappy ass cam. It's supposed to taste like fruit punch. I hope it tastes like blood. Says it's Chucky's Punch. So hopefully it tastes like blood. Hopefully it's viscous. All right. It's reality time. The nightmares await. So I talked about this yesterday, so I won't labor it because most of you were here, but I'll just reiterate that while it's a double-edged sword. These people absolutely deserve to be called out. These people absolutely deserve to be insulted and made fun of for being dumbasses. Right? Oh, gee, I didn't know what I'm voting for. I don't know what I vote out of spite and I vote out of emotion, and that's not my fault. Right? But what was the central point that I was trying to make yesterday? Is that as much as they deserve, and the Schadenfreude feels good, right? It feels good to fucking call these idiots out. We're better than them. The left is better than them. And the left understands the value of governing everybody and not just your side. Right? We're seeing what that looks like right now when one side governs for only one side. And what is it doing? It's literally creating a civil war scenario. So we're better than these people. We're smarter than these people. We're more informed. But that also means we're more humble. That also means we're more empathetic. Because he's a dumbass. Okay? I don't mean no harm. I don't mean no harm. I just think brown people are the source of my problems because someone else convinced me. Right? Do we kick puppies? Do we kick children for scrawling on the wall? You know? Do we slap a kid for pooping his pants? All right? Or do we like, yeah, well, he's a kid. He doesn't know any better. Well, these are fucking dumbasses. They don't know any better. And the only way to placate the dumbasses while making it as fair for everybody else as possible is the best worst system, representative democracy. A lot of people think the solution is like, look over here, look over there, run in this direction, run in that direction. And ironically, the solution is just using the systems and tools and laws that are already in place, but actually using them. Because what we've had for the last 50 years, 40 years, 50 years, are two political parties very, very quietly, it used to be quiet at least, but very slowly picking at these systems, subverting these systems, working ways around these systems, or destroying these systems, right? Just completely annihilating them. But a lot of our problems could be fixed just by enforcing the laws that are already on the books. Anyway, I've diverged here. So let's get back. Let's get some more farmers from Arkansas who couldn't stop the fucking grinning and laughing and chortling and ha-has. These motherfuckers who defend January 6th, these motherfuckers who said we need to get a pedophile in office, and a good chunk of them knew he was a pedophile when they voted. Triple Trumpers. Well, let's hear what happens when they get a big, steaming, fucking heaping helping of exactly what they asked for. The best the left can accept from these people is them becoming politically engaged, becoming cynical. I don't believe Wall Street, and I don't believe Washington, and I don't even bother to vote anymore. They're a bunch of gay people and black people. Blah, blah, blah. The best we can expect is them just becoming politically disengaged and stop pretending like you know what's going on. Stop participating in this democracy, which is a political choice, which basically says I acquiesce, I give up, basically. That's the best we can get. We're never going to get this guy to vote Democrat. We're never going to get this guy to vote socialism, only if we somehow are smart enough to convince him socialism is capitalism. So we either are honest in our messaging, or we try some extremely advanced fucking psyop to convince this guy that, you know, it's actually beneficial to help other people.
Now, I've never been as worried as I am now about whether or not my kids and grandkids will be able to carry on.
He said, I love you, Mr. Trump. I need to see the fruit of love.
5 of my customers have committed. That's how serious.
I think someone just tried to applaud, or maybe, I don't know, maybe they dropped their papers. A little awkward there. Not the best time to start a slow clap. But this is serious business. She's talking about, the customers that she's talking about are farmers, right? So she probably runs like a farmer supply business or a hardware store or tractor repair, something like that. You know, I don't know exactly. But she's talking about farmers who are committing suicide because they're not just losing a farm. They're not just losing a business. This is a lot of these guys, this is something their daddy gave them. And then their daddy gave them. Ugh, this soda. Smells like fruit. What the fuck? All right. It just tastes like a disgusting fruit, like soda punch thing. Doesn't taste like blood at all. This is what you came here for, right? Top notch. Top notch. But no, back to this. You know, that's why they're committing suicide. Funny. That's where the punchline is right there, that transition. But no, that's why they're committing suicide. Is because they're not just losing a business. They're losing something that's been in their family that, you know, that they expected to, you know, their whole life was supposed to be at the farm. I personally know a guy who I grew up with, hardworking dude. I could picture him doing something like that if he loses his farm. His entire life from birth has been that farm. And he's the hardest working man I've ever met in my life and continues to be so. And he does it like we breathe, right? Because it's like, you know, I think it's hard to kind of, you know, for a lot of folks, especially for me, I'm very much like, I've moved around a lot, but it's hard to imagine like being born in the place where you're going to die and having that taken away from you. And then there's like, I'm not going to live in the city. I'm not going to live in an apartment. I'm a farmer. You know, I'd rather live in a barn. So this is absolutely tragic, and we should expect more of it. And 110%, the Republican Conservative Party is responsible for this, because you can't even pin this on, you can't even both sides this one. Joe Biden gives subsidies, right? Joe Biden and the Democratic Party made sure farmers were kept whole if their commodity, whatever they were growing, for the most part. I guess, no, we can still both sides this, because one of the major problems with neoliberals is that they were allowing billion-dollar, massive agro billion-dollar operations to basically swallow up small farmers and take advantage of small farmers who are getting squeezed out of the market. With that said, if China did this against Joe Biden with the soybeans, Joe Biden would have helped out even small farmers. He wouldn't have allowed farmers to just literally go out of business because they can't sell their soybeans. That's a fact. That's a fucking fact. So we can pin this pretty definitively on the Republican establishment, the conservative establishment.
Of my customers have committed. That's how serious that this is.
And what it costs for us to farm is astronomical now.
I farm with paid-for equipment. All my tractors are 50 years old, and I can't hardly make this deal work.
So he's saying, I don't even have like big bills to pay. I just got to pay for my seed and my input, and then I got to, you know, pay for the transport to get the output there. So I don't even have a bunch of costs. And most of my tractors are 50 years old. Like I said, these are people that have inherited these things. And he's like, yeah, I don't even have a bunch of overhead, and I'm suffering.
I think the tariffs are the ice cream on the cake of a perfect storm.
After a horrible year,
The ice cream on the cake. Isn't that cute? Isn't that cute how they rationalize it? Oh, you know, it's definitely still Democrats. It's definitely still leftists and people having gay sex. It's definitely that. I don't think the tariffs help, though. It's this crisis that we're experiencing. It's not caused directly from the tariffs. He's well-meaning, folks. He's well-meaning. You know, he's such a gentleman. He's so well-meaning. Mr. Abandon Nihilism. We are an anti-nihilism channel around here.
I think the tariffs are the ice cream on the cake of a perfect storm.
after a horrible year last year where most farmers in Arkansas Delta lost money, this year's going to be worse.
We made a decision to go out this year in the spring. So my son will not be the seventh generation on our farm.
We're going to lose 25 or 30% of the farmers in this country if they don't do something. It has to be done, and it's not just here. It's everywhere.
It's everywhere. It's everywhere. You know, are we going to get a mea culpa from these guys? Are we going to get a, aw shucks, I was wrong, I'm going to vote Democrat next year? Some of them. We're talking about human beings, okay? So we can't generalize to like 100%. Some of them will. Good majority of them, though, as we've heard, rationalizing it, making excuses. And it's like, look, it does, I can tell you right now, it takes a lot of work to be on top of this shit, because you're not just observing reality, because the reality that we can casually observe is manufactured. So you start observing the meta reality, the actual reality, the man behind the curtain. So not only are you observing what they want us to see, and that's really easy, right? You just turn on your TV and there's MSNBC, or Fox News, etc. But then you also have to start observing, okay, what are they actually doing? What are their actions? What's happening behind the scenes as much as we can observe? What are the actual, because like Putin will say something, Russia will say something. Okay, what actually happens though? So it's a lot of work to observe the fake reality and the meta reality, whatever you want to call it. So here's another clip. I don't know if this is the same one, but yeah, no, I'm sorry. This is the same one. We'll just move on. Interesting stuff that we're seeing here. Looks like some of these guys at ICE are wearing a Dear Leader Trump pin. They got themselves a little Donald Trump pin that they're wearing now. Now, this is just one example, but I mean, is anyone surprised? I mean, is anyone really surprised at all? What? Hey, is it normal for federal agents to wear a golden pin of the president's profile? Asking Carlos here. This fine gent was photographed yesterday at the ICE building just outside Chicago. Okay, so I don't know. Gee, guys, they know. That's the thing, is that crypto fascists know what they believe in. Maybe they couldn't give it words, but they know they believe in authoritarianism. Welcome back, Ford the Perfect. By the way, welcome back everybody else, any lurkers there that, they don't want to expose themselves. They don't want anybody to know. It's like, I get it. Like, I'm actually shocked that we're allowed to see everyone else that's in the chat. Like, I don't even look at that. I have no idea who's in there, because it's like, that's kind of weird, isn't it? Why are we're all like spying on each other? Who's in what? Who's checking who's what? Who's in the what where? It's like, who gives a shit? Who fucking cares? Are we watching video games or whatever we're watching here? Or are we like, because they really get into it. There's some people who really get into it, like the live stream fail Reddit crowd, right? They're like, oh, this person was watching this stream. It's like, wow, get a life. All right. Anyway, back to the subject here. I mean, this shouldn't surprise any of us. If you're surprised, welcome. You've broken through reality, and you're now starting to observe meta reality. I got to find a less kooky, spacey way to describe that. But yeah, I mean, this doesn't surprise me one bit. And, Trump loves this. He, what if Joe Biden saw something like this, he would immediately tell whoever he needs to tell, cut that shit out. Or what do you know? But, they all start wearing like Biden aviators in just the cringiest display of possible. Calling everything malarkey. Stop that malarkey right now. You stop doing your crime because you cringe. So this doesn't surprise me one bit. I wouldn't be surprised if Trump encourages this and says, give them all pins. Can we buy pins for them? Can we get them to wear more pins? It's great for my brand. This is fascism. I mean, like, we're in the consolidation phase. Like, it's not an if. Like, we're actually well beyond the if. We're experiencing it. We're all still in shock. I'm going to use a car crash comparison, but it's not like a car crash where everything happens in like 5 seconds. When a country fails or when a country collapses like this, the 5-minute car crash is like 5 months, right? But we're in it. You know, the car crash has just happened, right? The Constitution has just been thrown away. The bodies are still warm. And we're just getting the gears going, right? We're playing around with arresting our opponents, you know, with Bolton there, you know, and knocking down that congressman that got forcibly removed from the room when he tried to ask a question of Nancy Mace. You know, and of course we're seeing the attempted normalization of kidnapping. So yeah, I mean, on to the next story here. It's fascism. That's the conclusion of that idea. Sorry. Don't smoke weed, folks. But on to the next story here. We literally talked about this. You know, I'm a complete economic amateur, as well I should be. We talked about this. We did whole streams. I'd pull up some boring Bloomberg debate. Have not covered the Hyundai plant thing yet. I did cover it yesterday, if I believe. I covered it briefly, I think. But yeah, we're going to get into it. Do I have it in here? Hyundai. No, but I will. I'll bring it up next because that is relevant. But I did talk about it yesterday, Trailhead. And it's... Donald Trump has no idea what things like Hyundai is going to do, because, like, you know, he's desperate to bring people in, and you're not going to be bringing people in when you're doing shit like that, not from overseas. Anyway, we'll get to that next. Here's another prime example of Donald Trump's incredibly stupid economic ideas directly damaging people on the ground. We knew this was going to happen.
Nails than any other company in the United States.
But the nails are made with steel imported from Mexico, hit by a 25% tariff by the Trump administration.
We're going to charge a tariff on steel.
It's a 25% tariff that our customers are not willing to pay us for.
Chris Pratt oversees 500 employees here.
Where are we right now?
In a paper tape plant.
No longer in operation.
No longer in operation.
When the tariffs hit, Pratt says their customers balked.
We don't want your nails at your prices anymore because we can buy our nails.
You think they were wearing Make America Great Again hats around the factory during the election? I bet you they were. Who wants to bet? I'd put money down. There's a chance that, you know, there's a good chance that it's no. I'd put some money down, though. Yeah, a couple of us were wearing the hat.
Cheaper somewhere else.
Where's somewhere else?
Somewhere else is mostly imports.
In other countries like?
China, Malaysia, Oman, Korea.
And jobs over there mean jobs lost here.
You've had to lay off how many?
We have eliminated 60 positions.
60 positions.
Yes. We should be thriving. We were doing pretty good.
And
but
now?
It's like you flipped the light switch off, and it's all because of tariffs.
The employees are hopeful that this is just a bump in the road.
Did you vote for the president?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. About to lose his fucking job. Okay? The best we can get is them checking out. Okay? Like them just being frustrated and going like, oh, I don't want to vote for a bunch of, you know, FAGs. I don't want to, you know, throws out a bunch of slurs, gets all animated, you know. Couldn't sit down for 5 minutes to look the fucking subject up. You can even ask a robot now. Hey, could you explain this incredibly complicated thing to me like I'm a 6-year-old, please? Yeah, no problem. I'm a robot designed just to do that. Blah, 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 blah. There you go, sir. Would you like me to draw some pictures for you? Yeah, I think I need some pictures. No problem. Here, let me draw some pictures for you. Blah, 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 blah. Like, there's zero excuse. Zero. To be ignorant. So it's like a lifestyle. It's like a choice. Okay? It's a choice. Oh, I'm too busy. You're too busy to while you're taking a shit to speak into your phone and ask a robot, hey, what happens if Donald Trump's tariffs work, or does he do what happened to my job, or what it could be? Anything. There's just no excuse anymore, man. It's like Wall-E in terms of tech. They're like, I don't know how to push a button. I don't want to push a button. Stupid woke liberal telling me just push a button. Well, I don't want to push it.
What were you hoping for when you voted for the president?
Change.
Yeah, he got it. You got it, boy. Yeah, we got it with Obama, too. We thought we were going to get progressivism. I didn't think that. After the second debate, I was out with Obama. The second Democratic debate, before he was even the candidate, I was like, oh, this is just another one. It's just another. He's Clinton. Okay, cool. Gotta have it.
Obama.
All right, so it's happening in Chicago. I mean, you tell me if this is supposed to be police work. Oh, sorry, we do need to do the Hyundai plant. Let me just get that queued up. But let me show you this video first, real quick. Yeah, we'll get that queued up. Ooh, okay, yeah, South Korea responds. Okay, yeah, there we go. That's a good one to have. I mean, CNN, but what the fuck ever. There we go. Thank you for that reminder. We should talk about that today. But anyway, the kidnappings have begun in Chicago. Now, remember, we were told you're not allowed to wear a mask. You have to wear full identification. Now, you might have heard Pritzker say something about, not allowed to police. He was talking specifically about the military. That the military, they're only going to be allowed to guard the building that they're in. This isn't the military. This is ICE. They are legally allowed, currently, according to the current twisted, corrupted version of the law. They are legally allowed to do these things. That's why Pritzker hasn't arrested them for kidnapping. But let's remember, the mayor told us they're not going to be allowed to operate wearing masks, and they're not going to be able to operate without fully identifying themselves. You tell me what you see.
Where are you? What law enforcement agency are you with? What law enforcement agency are you with? You are required to tell me, where are you?
Yeah, no identification, fully masked.
Where are you?
Not a lot of them, though. Not a lot of them. Not a lot of them. I think this is so far this is tepid. They need a much larger show of force here.
Where are you taking civilians without identifying yourself as a police officer?
Wow, and she's like white skin. So what? We got another Korean person or something over here. I mean, this it's like. In no time at all. In no time at all. It's really it goes back to this like. Of course these people are racist. And of course, they use race as a justification, but it's not just about race. It's about class. It goes back to that bearded motherfucker.
You are kidnapping them. Tell us where you're taking them.
It's about class.
Tell us where you're taking them.
Your color doesn't actually protect you.
Tell us where you are taking them. You cannot do this. Tell us where. Hey.
Yeah, Tisrael. Well, that's a little gray, isn't it? That's a little gray area. I wish we actually had more of that footage right there. That woman was quite impassionately speaking. And it's really quite something. I mean, that just one more time here. It's a legitimate kidnapping.
What law enforcement agency are you with? You are required to tell me, where are you taking them? Where are you taking them? Where are you taking them?
Keep the rhetoric toned down there, Tisrael. You know better.
You have to tell us. Without identifying yourself as a police officer.
So it's interesting. No, I don't see. He's got a billy club. Homie's got a billy club. He's got no riot gear. He's got no fake anything. There's like 4 or 5 of them. They got one paddy wagon, no backup. Something's up about this. They're either totally scattered across all the entire city, or these are the amount of racist motherfuckers who are like, yeah, hell yeah, I love Donald Trump's great. Probably one of these guys was wearing the pin. We'll see if we can see his fucking whole. He's got the mohawk and everything.
Tell us where you're taking them. Tell us where you're taking them. Tell us where you are taking them. cannot do this. Tell us where.
It's like 3. Shocking stuff. And that's the exact response that I was expecting in Chicago. If they show up in force, they're going to get in-force protesting. Yeah, Tisrael, come on. We're trying to make light of the extreme, brutal fascism right in front of our faces. I should probably change the subject. There we go. South Korean South Korean president responds to Hyundai plant ICE raid. So great, we're gonna that's like North Korea loving this shit. North Korea over here cackling, dude, like literally like a supervillain on his throne, being held up by slaves, literally in North Korea, dude. I mean, can you imagine? He's got to have a throne by now. He's got to have a big O seat that's basically a throne. Kim Jong-il, right? Cackling away with the Paw Patrol. Watch, they start doing Paw Patrol Ice special editions. This is normal. This is normal. What dog would be Ice? Pit bull, right? Probably. Stupid as hell, incredibly violent, incredibly prone to violence, just like literally like Oh, I know. There's always the people that are like, oh, pit bulls are nice. Pit bulls are nice. No, they are nice, but they're also they have a violent streak in them. No other animal hurts kids more than pit bulls. I think statistically that's true. So it's like, if you want a pit bull, that's great. You should just make sure that, you don't have small children around it. Like you should treat it, you should treat a pit bull like a cougar, right? Like, okay, it's pretty cool to look at, right? But don't get too fucking close to it. The shit's going to rip your face off. Okay. Yeah. It's cute until it's like wants to eat you, and it like always wants to eat you. Now but clearly pit bulls are not as dangerous as cougars, but they for 10 seconds, they'll go full cougar mode and fucking, eat your kid. And then it's right back to, I want pets. I'm the family dog. So I'm just saying, to the pit bull owners, we should, treat your animal with a little bit more respect, and, don't let little kids just, hang around pit bulls, Define a pit bull. Oh, that's not a, okay. You know what I'm fucking talking about. What are we doing? News, Hyundai plant, ICE, fascism.
A Georgia Hyundai plant described a chaotic scene after an immigration raid at the facility. Federal authorities say Thursday's raid was the result of a months-long investigation by several agencies. The crackdown, the largest so far on U.S. work sites, led to 475 arrests of mostly Korean nationals. Some of the workers tried to flee as word of the raid spread. CNN's Rafael Roma is covering the story. What more are you learning of what was really a chaotic scene?
It was difficult to find out details about what actually transpired the first couple of days, but now we're hearing from people and officials exactly what happened. And one of the things that we have learned, some of the details that we have learned, Fred, after the massive raid conducted Thursday, include that officers spoke with each worker one by one to determine which were in the U.S. legally and allowing some to leave while taking undocumented immigrants into custody. By the time they were done...
So they got everybody, legal or not legal, if you look Asian. I mean, it's unbelievable racial profiling. It's totally bananas. And they're like, we'll sort it out later. Everyone gets in the paddy wagon. I can't tell the difference.
At 8 p.m. on Thursday, agents had arrested 475 people, most of them Korean nationals, making it the largest sweep yet in the current Trump administration's immigration crackdown at American job sites.
And look at that shit. They make them wear convict chains. We're talking about, people that if you sent them a letter, if you sent them a text on their phone that said you had to show up to court, a good majority of these people would have just voluntarily showed up to court. And this is how we're treating them? This is comical. It's so comical right away. It's so ludicrous immediately. It's the because like JD Vance, this is what the problem with JD Vance is, that he would be smart enough to be like, we don't need the chains. You don't got to do that shit. We can kick them out and scaremonger and do all that. But this is too far. You're making me look stupid. You're making me look incompetent. Because it's wildly unnecessary. There he fucking is. Jesus Christ. A little ghost floating across my screen. Ludicrous. Completely and totally, utterly ludicrous.
Sites. CNN obtained a video that shows a Homeland Security Investigations agent telling workers to cease operations immediately. Let's take a look.
So much shit going down.
We need construction to cease immediately. We need all work to end on the site right now.
And shortly after the agents arrived at the plant and workers realized what was...
Is this fucking Moscow? Is this Moscow? Now, no, I mean, like, so if the system was working properly and this was a business that was operating, 100% run by, illegal immigrants that snuck in, there should be a government body, or, there should be, we did have immigration enforcement before ICE that would come in and shut everything down in this manner. But he would be identified. Look at this fool. Look at this portly fool trained 6 minutes ago telling this private billion-dollar company to shut it down. Unidentified. Look at this. Walmart vest, Walmart fucking Timo vest, masked up with sunglasses, got a spare tire. The dude's like 25 and he's already got a beer gut.
And shortly after the agents arrived at the plant and workers realized what was happening after word spread across the property, chaos ensued with many workers attempting to flee and some even running into a sewage pond and other.
Look, and I'm one to talk. Right? I basically got two at this point. I got 1.5 at least. But I'm not a police. I'm not a person who's supposed to be exuding authority, right? Like, I know the rules and I know what I'm doing, and I'm fit, and like I can tell you what to do because I'm a fucking cop and I know what's going on around here. Well, so Trailhead, a lot of them ran. I bet you even some people who were totally legal ran. If you've been following the news, you might have heard that ICE is kidnapping people and then dumping them into foreign countries. Or holding them for months and months and months. So I bet you some legit people who had their papers, who were totally legitimate, were running, because it's like, I don't really trust what they're doing here. I could end up on a plane in Uganda. Look, and it's like, well, that's kind of ridiculous. If you understand everything, like if you understand the total scope of everything right now, right? But we're talking about regular folks, all right, who don't understand the total scope of everything. They just heard that the government is kidnapping people and dropping them off. There's, they don't understand. They don't understand that at this moment, at this time, for this raid, they're scooping up everybody and then filtering them out through processing. So they're just like, fuck it, I just need to get out of here. I would consider running, if I was a Korean national. I had all my papers, but I didn't want to deal with ICE's bullshit. And really, all you need to do is escape. What, are they going to go down the list and go to every person's house? I mean, maybe if they had all the resources, but they don't have the resources to be doing that. So there's a good chance that you can just avoid this altogether if you can escape without being caught. Legal or not legal, just to avoid a hassle. So, fuck, I mean, I could see myself being like, I don't know, I might just skip the fuck out of here, dude. Right now, no. right now, no. Ask me in a couple months, right? Ask me in a couple months.
Hiding in air ducts.
Welcome back, Strategy.
A Homeland Security Investigation Special Agent described how agents screened each person suspected of being in the country illegally.
Some that illegally crossed the border into the United States, some that came in through visa waiver and were prohibited from working, some that had visas and overstayed their visas. And each individual was questioned on their status, their documents were checked, their backgrounds were checked.
In a statement sent to CNN last night, Hyundai said the following regarding the immigration raid in Georgia. We are reviewing our processes to ensure that all parties working on our projects.
The reason why such a normie-ass company would have engaged in hiring illegals is because literally every fucking company in America does this. Donald Trump has no idea what the fuck he's doing, man. He doesn't get it. This has been an essential tool for the oligarchy for quite some time. This whole, undermining of the American workers' wages was a massive attack on labor, right? Instead of paying an American a fair wage and a pension, heaven forbid. Instead of paying an American that, bring in a illegal immigrant, sometimes legally, maybe legally, not legally. Oh, we didn't check this time. Whoopsie doodle. And pay him 1/4 that amount. And they'll happily do it. Why? Because they're taking that money and usually sending it back to their family in their country of origin. Or in some cases, starting their own family here. It just depends on the person, depends on the situation. A lot of the time, they'll bring their family in sometimes. But it's not just Hyundai. It's everybody. And I think Donald Trump is picking and choosing. Who's woke? Who's anti-Trump? I think that's what's going on. I think we're seeing I think we're going to see more of this. Donald Trump takes out a Costco, right? Because they refuse to adhere to his anti-DEI bullshit. That's very possible.
Maintain the same high standards of legal compliance that we demand of.
He does an ICE raid and then passes an executive order. Hot dogs at Costco need to be at least $10 each. Enough of this socialism. No cheap hot dogs on my watch. Make America great again. Thank you for your attention.
Ourselves. This includes thorough vetting of employment practices by contractors and subcontractors. The company also said that Hyundai has zero tolerance for those who don't follow the law. In an interview with CNN, former Deputy Homeland Security Secretary under President Trump, Ken Cuccinelli, said conducting this type of raid is a major undertaking.
Nope.
There's a lot of work that goes into an operation of this scale and of this depth. Including investigation by multiple agencies. Obviously, it takes a lot of investigative manpower. And that's all going on in parallel with a whole bunch of other investigations across the country.
The plant that was targeted was built after Hyundai announced an agreement with the state of Georgia in 2022 to build what the company called...
I know it's egotistical, but I absolutely love it when people clip stuff. So I'm going to watch this one because I've never seen a clip from female eunuchs. See here, hold on.
Oh, I wanted to carry a high caliber weapon on my back like Rambo. Ooh, I'm a Rambo wherever I go. Yeah, I'd like extra relish on my hot dog. Oh, can I get an extra hot dog for the road? Thank you. Get 2 hot dogs. Oh, I got a tactical vest so I can put my extra hot dog in my tactical vest.
I remember this.
Oh, I got my extra hot dog on the go next to my magazines filled with high-powered ammo-piercing ammo. I'm Rambo. Eating my hot dog at the fountain in front of Lincoln Memorial. I'm the hero of my story.
That would have been a lot funnier had I ammo piercing ammo or like armor piercing ammo. See, I did it twice. That's very funny. Thank you very much, female eunuchs. I appreciate those clips. I know it's egotistical. I know it's very egotistical, but I can't help it. It's funny. It's funny watching myself be a complete fucking idiot. It's like, 7 viewers. I bet we had a couple viewers went down. Tactical Glizzy. Remember the pizza holsters? Anyone remember that? That was a millennial thing. It was like a funny thing. You had a little holster that had a piece of pizza in it. Millennials. We were so whimsical.
At the time, the first dedicated, fully electrified vehicle and battery manufacturing facilities in the United States. The plant was projected to employ 8,500 people once completed. But as you heard a moment ago, they were ordered to stop all work.
So this delays operations.
Yeah. They say zero tolerance strategy, but it's not zero tolerance. It's going to be absolutely targeted towards quote unquote woke businesses.
All right, Rafael Romo, thanks so much. Good to see you. All right, the massive ICE raid prompted a sharp response from the South Korean president. CNN's Mike Valerio is in Seoul with more on the reaction there.
Well, the headline from here is certainly that South Korea's president, Lee Jae-myung, is getting involved in this matter, telling his officials that, quote, all out necessary measures should be done to support Korean nationals in this matter and to resolve it as fast as possible. Now, the split screen.
Now, ironically, I don't know why this image is funny, but it is. Ironically, South Korea is in a rock and a hard place here. They are not going to want to sacrifice this relationship. They're very likely to, I'm so sorry, to instead of expressing sheer outrage, which I'm sure they're expressing privately, they're probably going to be expressing fealty to Donald Trump, and he's going to absolutely love it. Just absolutely, he does this historically brutal, historically authoritarian thing, and he might be rewarded geopolitically for doing it.
From where he was just about 10 days ago is certainly dramatic, considering that he was at the Oval Office meeting with President Trump, talking about new investments that South Korea would make into a reality, making American shipbuilding again, improving investments in manufacturing in the United States. This battery factory, run by Hyundai as a joint venture with the other South Korean giant, LG, is certainly part of that narrative. And now, to see this operation, the biggest of its kind taken in the second Trump administration, it is so striking and has hit such an emotional chord with a multitude of people here in South Korea. Quite astounded that not just one.
Look at these. Like I said, literally a good chunk of these people would have just shown up for their court dates. Okay, and you could have sent one person into the building to quietly sit down with a manager and say, hey, we have 3 or 4 individuals. It appears that, their work visa, whatever, their paperwork has expired and they're still here. Unfortunately, we're going to have to, take them with us. If you could, ask them quietly to stop what they're doing, no panic, and just come on into the office, and then we'll sit down and have a conversation. We'll have to take them with us. Like, that could have happened, right? And the manager would have had, oh, no problem, no problems. Yep, immigration officials here, because they're basically a cop. No masks, no, none of this, right? And then the people that were, here illegally would have, maybe there would have been a little scuffle, like one person panics or something, right? But what I'm trying to get at is that this is extremely intentional, right? This is the mind. This is how children think, but this is how tyrants think. Big show, big tough show, right? That kind of stuff. It's comical right now, but it's serious as a heart attack. I mean, unless they bitch out, and they don't show any signs of bitching out at the moment, but they also really haven't felt the heat yet, right? They're still on cloud 9. They're still like, we're on top. We got the mandate. Everyone loves it. The wokesters are getting, wokeified. I don't know. They're still thinking that they're winning. There's a tsunami of chaos coming There's an absolute nuclear bomb infested tsunami wave coming for us, okay? Do that one, Michael Bay. Do that one next. The nuke wave. But it's coming. And like all this cocky, we know what we're doing and get out of our way. All this bullshit is getting fucking flushed the moment the heat is turned up. Nuke wave. Run away from this, bitch. I don't know. Okay. Comedy is not good. I should probably avoid comedy today. I'm not on today.
A dozen South Koreans have been detained as part of this operation.
Well, quick double
but
tap.
more
than
300, a number confirmed by South Korea's Ministry of Foreign Affairs today. Along those lines, the Minister of Foreign Affairs has said that if this situation isn't resolved, he could conceivably go to Washington, D.C., saying in part, quote, as we discuss this issue further today, we are also considering dispatching a high-level official to the U.S. to address the situation. If necessary, I, meaning the foreign minister, am prepared to travel to Washington, D.C., personally to engage directly with U.S. officials to resolve this matter.
No, that's what
unclear.
Donald Trump would love it. Isn't this great? Isn't this great?
The moment, what if any charges?
Okay. Does he have jaundice? What's going on with the lighting, man?
Could be filed, will be filed, and
that's
how
nice.
long?
That's nice of CNN to hire people with jaundice. That's nice.
Will it take to release all 300 plus of these South Korean nationals? Again, hitting such a chord with people.
Okay, well, have they filtered out DEI? That's funny. That's a good one. I was gonna make jokes about yellow skin, but I should probably avoid that. I got to be careful now. This is crazy stuff, dude. I don't have any more words. That's why Hegseth drinks so much. Do you think he's just getting totally horked when he finally gets home? Sits down after 12, 14 hours of Donald Trump. Do this, do that, do this, do that. And then he's just like he's just cranking back on the fifth. Another day of destroying these storied institutions, these once proud institutions, completely ruining them. Ruining maybe forever. All for this man, all for your little career. Yeah, I'd be pulling back on the fifth as soon as I get home. And hear that a ton of your citizens got wrongly imprisoned and being held hostage and finding out the culprit. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, long leg Homo sapien. Because they're not releasing the people that are here totally legally? They're not releasing the people that have legitimate paperwork that's all up to date? Thank you, R Factor. You got to be careful. You got to be careful. Even if you're defending things passionately and you're using appropriate language to describe something, like a genocide or etc., right? You do have to be careful. Yeah, I know. I better be damn careful, dude. That ban hammer is flying around. Like I said, it's really only a matter of time when the anti-woke, when Donald Trump says we got to do something about the internet, and then Jeff Bezos is like, oh look, Donald, look what I did for you. I censored Twitch. I think there's some awareness though that if you were to oh God, there he is. I think there's some awareness though that if you were to do that, you're going to ruin the product. You're going to absolutely ruin the product. But look at CBS firing Colbert. That was their number one show. Okay, that'd be like NBC shutting down SNL. Too many Trump jokes. Get it out of here. I mean, ironically, Broken Clock, I would celebrate. It would be Trump Day. Okay, I'd celebrate Trump all day. Trump killed SNL. Trump killed SNL. I'd be dancing on that grave. I'd be skibbity bebopping all over that motherfucking grave, dude. SNL has got to go. Anyway, here's our fascist dictator giving us our latest edict.
of it. And, you know, when you have horrible killings, you have to take horrible actions. And the actions that we take are nothing. Cashless bail started a wave in our country where a killer kills somebody and is out on the street by the afternoon.
So cashless bail is really, really great, especially if you're in a situation where cops are heavy-handed. Now, cashless bail can also be used by criminals, and it can be abused. So I think it does require some reform. But it's there's definitely some benefits to it. There's some arguments to be made for it. Not a perfect system, but the alternative, which is just lock you away for the if you don't have money, if you don't have any money, you're just locked away eternally until we finally decide to release you whenever. It's also costs us more money, cashless bail. If we don't have cashless bail, it's going to cost us a lot more money because now everybody that's arrested, we're going to incarcerate for the maximum amount of time. You know, they could be in there 2-3 weeks before their court date. He doesn't look well. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. Cut it out. I don't want to fucking hear it. Okay? This son of a bitch is going to live forever. All right? And that's how we need to operate.
In many cases, going out and killing again. Yeah. Cashless bail, and you try and reason with people.
So, I mean, it's just, what? You mean, what about fucking, American Psycho, right? What about, we got rich guys, they can do all kinds of crimes. Kill people, kill homeless guys, jump back out, kill more homeless guys, whatever. Now, only poor people commit crimes, right? Only poor people, right? So we shouldn't allow poor people to have the same amount of democracy that is allowed to us, the rich, the elite. It really is that simple, folks.
Like in Chicago with the governor and the mayor, you try and reason with them, and it's like you're talking to a wall. It's just doesn't. I assume it's just a political ideology. They're not stupid people. Must be an ideology that's just buried in their head and you can't do a damn thing about it.
That's amazing, right? They're evil inherently. So anti-democratic, and now we're dehumanizing the poor. The poor doesn't deserve liberty. The poor doesn't deserve democracy. The poor, it's an ideology of evil. The poor are literally less than human, right? Like they're incurable. Wild stuff. Totally wild. And you know what? He doesn't, it's totally natural to him. He doesn't think like, I'm going to go out there and I'm going to dehumanize people. I'm going to dehumanize poor people. I'm going to go out there and I'm going to make the argument that poor people deserve less democracy, less liberty than rich people. This is just him naturally. Natural born dictator.
Just a political ideology. They're not stupid people. Must be an ideology that's just buried in their head and you can't do a damn thing about it.
Yeah. Natural born dictator.
We'd love to go into Chicago and straighten it out. Washington, D.C., you'll be happy to know, is a free and safe zone. It's so safe right now.
Total lie. It's a place that has been occupied, that is now currently being occupied. I mean, soon we're going to have, the same kind of situations that you see when armies occupy places all the time. They get complacent. They start to abuse the citizens, right? Because it's like, well, we're the authorities here. Do what I say. And yeah, that does include, you know what I'm talking about, SA. Got to be careful today. I don't want to say the R word right now. I'm feeling weird. I got a weird feeling, man. I feel like I got a fucking band hammer right above my head. I don't know. I just got a weird feeling. So I'm going to watch my P's and Q's right now. Here's this other clip that's been going viral. Virtually nothing. No crime. And he also finds time to belittle and diminish domestic violence. He's great, guys. He's so awesome. It's so awesome. Every time he gets in front of a microphone, it's new horror.
No, it's more than 87%. Virtually nothing. And
talking about crime
and
in
much
DC.
lesser things that take place in the home they call crime. You know, they'll do anything they can to find something. If a man has a little fight with the wife, they say this was a crime, see? So now I can't claim 100%. But we are a safe city. You can walk to a restaurant. You can walk to the White House.
So that was his interpretation. He was like, okay, give me the numbers, right? Give me 100%. I want to hear 100%. Well, okay, we got it down to like 80%. Why? What are the crimes that are happening in my perfect city now? Oh, well, there's some domestic abuse stuff, you know, some sexual assault stuff. Oh, come on. Does that count? Do we need to calculate that? I want 100% crime free. That's what I asked for. Well, technically it's not crime free. There was sexual assault, there was things like that, domestic abuse, etc., etc. Oh, that's not a real crime. What? A husband slaps his wife? What? It's not a real crime. That's not real.
A safe city. You can walk to a restaurant. You can walk to the White House if you work there. You can walk to the Capitol.
You do all those
and
things.
And even the
before.
Democrats say, I can't believe it, but they don't want to admit it, but I can't believe it. We could do the same thing in Chicago, New York, Los Angeles. We did it. We saved Los Angeles.
No, I'm not gonna deny that that neoliberals. I talk about it all the time. Anna Kasparian gets a bunch of bullshit for this too, pointing out the petty crime, the B&Es, the car break-ins, the rampant drug use. These are real issues that need to be addressed. But this isn't even this whole army coming in, and it doesn't fix any of the core issues. Poverty is still worse than it's ever been. It's just a more fascistic version of shuffling around the problem, which is the neoliberals can be blamed for that. 14 killed as police open fire on Gen Z protests in Banishwar. So this just came across my radar, and I wanted to bring it up. A little bit of world news. But over there, police are using live ammunition, tear gas, and water cannons against protesters demonstrating against social media restrictions and corruption. I don't know. It just feels like we're not that far away from this. Just opening up fire, live fire, right? Just opening up. As many as 14 people have died after police opened fire during a Gen Z protest centered in New Banishwar as of 4 p.m. on Monday. 7 protesters brought to the National Trauma Center died. Dr. Dipenda Pandey of the hospital confirmed. He added that 10 others are in critical condition with gunshot wounds to the head and chest, and over 20 others are receiving treatment. So that's just literally opening up on a crowd. Not even like, whoopsie, I meant to shoot in the air, and then and my gun came down, and and a couple people got clipped. No, not rubber bullets, live ammunition. Live ammunition. So that the police were given an order, open up fire directly on armed citizens. They were shot directly in the head and chest. So that's where they were aiming. That's how you train people to fire those weapons. French government collapsing again after 9 months. I have not brought up the French government collapsing again after 9 months, actually. Why not? I'm in the mood. Let's just type in France. See here? Here we go. France on brink of political crisis as Prime Minister faced confidence vote. So, of course, and who's creeping up? Who's creeping on the come up on this? The right-wingers. Was it Le Pen? Marie Le Pen, isn't she the conservative contender over there? Speaks ahead of no confidence vote. So that happened 4 hours ago. I want coverage. Here we go. Let's get some BBC coverage 1 hour ago. Here we go. Thank you for the reminder, everybody. That's old. He lost the confidence vote. Yeah. Okay. So we got this one 52 minutes ago. Let's see what's going on.
Alex, we are going to take the results live. Let's take a listen.
194 against 354. The National Assembly has not approved. 194 for, 264 against. The Prime Minister must now tender his resignation to the president.
So Macron has to appoint a new premier or call for an election. Macron probably doesn't want to fuck with an election. Does he get to pick the premier, or does that trigger an election? Appoint a new premier, so he gets to pick the premier. So he's going to go that route. Yeah.
Well, there we have it. You are with BBC News live from Paris, outside the French Parliament, as France's Prime Minister has fallen in a vote of confidence. He has lost the confidence of the Parliament building behind me, with 194 MPs voting in favour of François Bayrou and 364 MPs.
Thank you for the perfect. Yeah, I mean, is it obvious that I'm from the West? No, this is very helpful information. Just thank you very much. Seriously.
Voting against. So François Bayrou's government falls. He becomes the second prime minister ousted by Parliament in the space of 9 months.
So wow, second one in the span of 9 months. That's actually not good. So has anything gotten done in the last year, or has it just been total stagnation?
And the sixth prime minister lost to President Macron. He will now have to tender his resignation to France's President Emmanuel Macron.
So Macron has appointed 6 different prime ministers during his career. That can't be good.
Expected to do that tomorrow, and then this country faces yet more political paralysis. Can the president find a new prime minister to command the confidence of the Parliament building behind me? Does he dissolve Parliament, leading to snap elections? Or what other path is open to him? This country, the second largest power in the European Union, plunged back into political paralysis at the worst possible time, with wars raging on Europe's borders, with the Trump administration in the White House upending the transatlantic international order, and France now looking increasingly rudderless. So just a reminder, 194 MPs have voted against François Bayrou's government inside Parliament. 364 MPs have voted against it. So François Bayrou's government falls, ousted by a confidence vote. Let me bring in Alexandre Kouchner, a journalist and political analyst here in Paris, who has been with us unpacking this story. Alexandre, this was expected, wasn't it? But it is a very, very big defeat for François Bayrou.
Yeah, the defeat was expected. The numbers are surprising. It means that even from within the central coalition, probably from the Conservatives, Les Républicains, some MPs voted against François Bayrou. This means that within the presidential coalition, the so-called bloc commun, there are already clear cracks and clear divides, which sort of muddies the water even more. You know, who can you now trust? Because even from within this own coalition, he didn't have all the votes. Now, is this a surprise? No. Does it bring any solution? No. Now it's on to Emmanuel Macron to make a decision, name a prime minister, or call for snap elections. Yeah. Then again, it doesn't solve the two main problems at this time. The one is the problem of Emmanuel Macron's doing, a hung parliament. The second is trying to put not an end, but maybe just a dent in the ever-ongoing debt crisis in France.
1958. So this is the first time a prime minister loses a positive vote of confidence since Félix Gellard on 15th of April, 1958. Back then, Gellard had warned MPs, quote, "You're about to start a crisis. For how long? How will you resolve it?" The Fourth Republic fell a few weeks later. Now, in France, this is a huge deal, but you guys over there in France have mechanisms for this. We don't have a mechanism for that, for like remaking government from the ground up in America. Hi, Trump. It's supposed to be the Nazi salute. It's not the Nazi salute, buddy. It's the Elon salute. Get it right. Get it right, bud. It's the Elon salute. So that is interesting. Frightening stuff. No doubt about it, frightening. I actually want more news on this. 16 minutes ago, ousted by Parliament. Okay, here we go. More discussion.
The vote against of confidence against the current French Prime Minister, the fourth Prime Minister in
Constitutional Convention, sadly, the worst people. No, I mean, like, there's nothing constitutional could happen. Like, all of it requires everyone to be, like, honest actors and actually caring about, you know, resolving the problem instead of perpetuating it. Like, the system was just not prepared for a group of people who would be intentionally dismantling and subverting the system. It just wasn't ready for it. So, like, maybe technically we have some kind of process, but there's, you know, it's a complete mess, complete shambles. Tired of streaming to zero. Leave me alone. Quit bullying me. It's mean. You're bullying me. We be goose stepping. We be goose stepping over here, y'all. All right, let's get more news on this.
More than 2 years has taken place, and Prime Minister Francois Bayrou, has lost the confidence vote in the National Assembly and will now need...
So Ford, it's interesting. I saw an interview with a French, you know, like dock worker or something yesterday on the BBC, on the big TV is what I call it. It's an actually small TV. Anyway, I saw an interview, and he basically said the same thing. He was like, it's time for a new government. It's time for a new everything. Throw everybody out. And it's like, man, you can actually do that, though, in France, can't you? Like, you guys are badasses when it comes, like, you have no fear. Like, so many French people just have no fear in throwing everything away and hitting reset. And let me tell you, like, Americans, Canadians, British people, like, that scares the fuck out of us. It still scares the shit out of me. How's my kid and wife? I'm teaching my son how to Elon salute every single day. No, they're fine, Nova Rider. The only thing zero about me is the number of femboys on my couch. Aw. Snow. Don't worry. Keep working hard. You know, make sure you have a good-looking body, because femboys, they're not going to want to, you know, like, touch you and crawl all over you if you're like a fat slob. Okay, unless you're rich. You know, then you can do anything you want if you're rich. But you'll get those femboys. Don't worry. You'll get there. Based French grind set. It's only the biggest countries that run the world don't hold this policy. We're so freaking cooked. For real this time. Yeah, bro, it's bussin'. Like Epstein? Maybe.
To tender his resignation. The vote
cooked on Kizzy.
419 for the motion, 364 against. So he has become the fourth Prime Minister under Macron in less than 2 years, and they will now begin the search for a fifth. Francois Bayrou losing that vote of confidence in Paris. Let's bring in our Europe correspondent, Alistair Bunkle, who is there. And Alistair, well, this was widely predicted. The opposition leaders predicted it. Journalists were predicted it. Widely expected. Macron has lost another Prime Minister.
Riz, and he was sitting on the skibbity toilet.
Yeah, Mark, I said when we last spoke that it wasn't the result that was in doubt. It was going to be the size of the loss. And just to reiterate those numbers, 194 French MPs voted on Francois Bayrou's side, but 364 voted against him. That's a majority of 170. So it wasn't even close in the end. It was predicted this way. And even Francois Bayrou, frankly, when he came into the chamber around 3 o'clock this afternoon to kick off the debate, the confidence motion that he called in himself, even he acknowledged that it was something that he was going to lose. He put forward economic reforms that he said were absolutely essential to stop France falling off the edge of a cliff, but they were economic reforms that were too big and going too quickly for not just parliamentarians but the French public to stomach. They didn't like it. It was deeply controversial. Nobody seems to have.
Neoliberalism only has itself to blame, right? I mean, let's be real. Neoliberalism really only has itself to blame for this. It got too greedy. It got too complacent. It got too anti-democratic. It got too conservative. Is Fukuyama still alive? Or did that guy die recently? I'd be really curious to hear what he has to say.
A popular alternative, but the one thing that the National Assembly has been able to agree on in large numbers is that Francois Bayrou can no longer remain the country's prime minister. He will remain in office in the interim, albeit with very...
Well, they're going to avoid this at all costs, I believe. I mean, does Le Pen want this to happen? I guess there's certain political parties that want this to happen. So maybe not. I don't know. I don't feel comfortable talking about New Republic yet. Just because something happened in the past does not necessarily mean it's going to happen in the future. There's too many new things to consider. You know, a lot of these scenarios are not like the way that they were in the past.
Reduced powers whilst Emmanuel Macron, the French president, finds his replacement yet again, the fifth prime minister that will be serving under the French president in 2 years. It just underlines the kind of political crisis that France is in.
Yeah, the current Trump news is that he's invading Chicago and he's happy about it, and he thinks sexual assault against your wife is like not even really should even be considered a crime. It's just such a non-issue.
It is in a political crisis because of its economic crisis. Bayrou was threatening perhaps IMF intervention if nothing was done to try and reform France's economy. But in the end, his opponents believed that he was scaremongering, that would not be the consequence of voting him out of office. We'll see who turns out and proves to be correct. There are some rumors doing the rounds in French political circles that Francois Bayrou, knowing that he would lose his vote, wants to tilt at the presidency in 2027. And he wants to be able to say to the French electorate, you know, I told you so. I was the one that warned you we were on the brink of economic collapse. You need to now trust me and make me your next president. Well, that...
Imagine being trapped in a nightmare, right? Imagine realizing I'm never going to wake up. This is my life now. What do you do in that situation? You're trapped in the nightmare. You're never going to wake up. You're never going to escape. What do you do? Well, maybe I can tame this nightmare and turn my nightmare into a dream. That's kind of what we need to do, right? We need to realize we're trapped in this. There is no escape. There is no conclusion. Even a full-blown nuclear apocalypse, the nightmare doesn't end. Okay, we're like cockroaches, humanity, all right? So the sooner we wrap our head around, oh, we got to fight. That's really the only solution. I'm actually metaphorically in a corner here, and the only thing that makes sense is to put up my dukes. Once we wrap our noodle around that concept, that this is for real, we might start emulating French people a little bit more across the world. Because honestly, we do need to, like, you know, it was characterized as rioting. And sometimes, yeah, there's no doubt that, you know, French protesters will be burning cars. Like, calm down. Like, this is a debate about healthcare or something, right? But at the same time, the French government is extremely scared of its people, and that's exactly the way it should be. The French government absolutely is beholden to what happens in the streets, and that's how it should be. So if a couple cars, you know, got to be burned in the process to make sure that you know that is the dynamic, then so be it. I'm not advocating for it, but I'm just saying, like, if that's what's necessary to make sure that the government is afraid of its people, then so be it, right? That's a sacrifice I'm willing to make, right? Got to call your insurance company. Goddamn bastards burned my car again. Yeah, the French PM wanted to cut healthcare. Yeah, thanks. right? Because the blame should go on the French PM. That's how it should work. Don't try to cut our health care. We won't burn a car, motherfucker. You know?
That is for the future. His immediate days in the weeks ahead are that he will leave office, and we will see who Emmanuel Macron finds to replace.
French people love their fucking country. That's why they get in the streets. That's why they smash some windows and burn some cars. They don't want to burn their entire country down. They understand that there's a difference between France as a country, as an identity, and these corrupt motherfuckers that you know call themselves a government. And they're like, we're not gonna lose being French if we get rid of these bastards and replace them with something else. We're not you know, they're not going to take away they're not going to, you know, the French identity isn't going to go with them. And you know, honestly, that is quite an enlightened point of view when it comes to the population at large. They understand the role of government better than folks in a lot of Western countries, right? Like this government should be at the behest of us as a people. If the people are not pleased with the government, the people are fully within their right collectively to extract these turds. Honestly, though, it's always messy. It's always messy, and nobody loves a power vacuum more than conservative authoritarian fascists. So strap in. If you're going to light that fuse, you better be ready for the power vacuum, and you better be ready to fill it with good ideas immediately. Organized good ideas right away, or else the conservative fascists, they're ready to go. Okay? So you're either there or you're not there.
There'll be a question mark over who actually wants to do the job, given the political deadlock, given the, well, you might say the almost certainty of failure. As one Macron loyalist told me today, though, you'll always find plenty of people who want to be appointed prime minister. So I'm sure Macron will find someone, but will that person be able to breach the divide between left and right, bring people to the centre and bring people to agreement on what kind of economic reforms can be pushed through the parliament?
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. It would be Macron's fifth prime minister in 2 years. And the question is where he goes to find that next prime minister. And I've just been talking to a former ambassador to France, Peter Ricketts, who said that he felt that he may look to the centre-left this time.
Well, I mean, the socialists would like it to be someone from their ranks, but, you know, they gave a pretty scathing speech during this debate against Macron's record, so perhaps, you know, they don't believe that Macron will choose them this time.
This is a big fucking deal in France, y'all. Dude, look at what's happening. Yo, I should have been covered. Thank you so much to the person that called this out in chat. I do appreciate the chatters telling me about breaking news. I would have been kind of bummed if I'd... Because I'm so bummed when I turn off my stream and I immediately turn on the news, because that's what I do. And it's like, oh, I should have been talking about this. What the fuck? This is a big deal. I got to wait till tomorrow to cover this?
I mean, if he were to go down that route and choose a socialist prime minister, well, he risks then being in power and undoing many of the policies that Macron himself has introduced during his 8 years in office. But, you know, he might conclude that it is now time to give them a chance, and they might be the best route forward. You know, I spoke to a senior socialist politician last week when I was here in Paris, and I said to them, you know, what is your alternative then? Because pretty much everybody seems to agree that economic reform of some description is needed. It's the extent of that reform that is in debate. And they said, well, look, you know, we would propose a budget with around half the savings that Bayrou proposed. Bayrou was wanting about...
Hey, we're all watching her on the left. We're all watching her on the left. It's so funny. It's so funny when you see reporters in their natural habitat and they're just like regular people. And then it's like, okay, reporter time. They go into reporter mode.
44 million euros. The socialists say we would do about 22 million euros, and they would go at it much more slowly over a longer time period. So, you know, maybe that is something that could find some more common support. I think it's probably more likely he'll stick to someone more loyal, someone more close to him politically. The Armed Forces Minister, for example, Sébastien Lecornu, is perhaps...
I know why she's still moving side to side, even though she's reporting. She's not on camera. They're just doing audio, so she gets like, you don't want to be, that's terrible. The broadcast school is going to tell you, stop doing that, stop fidgeting, stay in the center, don't move. So watch how this guy's doing it, right? How she's doing it. She's on camera. He's on camera. She's not on camera.
One of the favourites to get the job this time round. Quite a quiet figure, but believed to be politically pretty effective. Also manages to speak to a number of sides in this. So, that is Macron's choice now. He's got no real good choices. And increasingly, as we've been discussing all afternoon, increasingly this predicament for many actually underlines the lack of credibility.
So she's just a rookie. That's what's going on.
That Macron
this guy's saying stuff, by the way, as well. He's saying stuff that we should be listening to, by the way.
Now has to remain as president, and there is a growing voice within French political circles and France itself that the only way through this deadlock now is for the man at the top, is for the French president Emmanuel Macron to leave office. He's refused to do so, but certainly he is running out of options.
Okay. So there's like legitimate pressure on Macron to step down. That's interesting. That there's like, okay, this is building pressure. Is that? Calls to step down are one thing, but is there a coalition of people twisting his arm powerful enough to get him to do it? Because that's a pretty big thing. You got to have a pretty big coalition of people to get someone to voluntarily step down. It happened to Justin Trudeau. Like, it was just completely untenable for Justin Trudeau. The straw on the camel's back was the his number two leaving, like quitting government, and then trashing him on social media.
Yeah, and Alistair, we're getting some reaction, which I think we can just have
get that microphone in there.
to. Let's just do that now.
But what the result shows beyond Bayrou's government.
Okay, this is French PM. No, sorry. We don't have a name yet. Sorry.
Is the fact that Macron has no more legitimacy. Only a third of the National Assembly gave him his confidence, which means that the Macron policy for the rich and against the people has had 2/3 of negative votes. Therefore, this is a minority in the country. I don't think that Bayrou and Barnier can continue the same policy, taking no account of the results of the election. So in the face of this problem, we don't want an nth prime minister that could continue the same policy. The question asked to the country today is whether Mr. Macron should leave. I want to tell you all that we share their...
So him stepping down, I assume, would trigger an election immediately.
Relief to see Mr. Bayrou leaving as a prime minister.
So he could literally step down to save the republic, huh? Is that the situation Macron is in? Oh my God. He's a weird dude. The whole wife situation, they've been dating since he was 17 and she was 30, she was much older. Weird situation there. Anyway. And then there was that recent footage. Of him, she's slapping him or something. I don't know. It's married life. It's okay. But it was just kind of weird as well. You're the goddamn, head cheese, dude. You're getting slapped around.
After all of his lies on Betaram, Mr. Retailleau is no longer Minister for the Home Office. He speaks like Mr. Pétain. We're relieved to see this budget won't be adopted.
Yeah, Trump sounds cool, I'm sure.
What we did today, i.e. overthrow a government, is a victory for the popular mobilization during the summer. In 2 days, we will have a major movement tomorrow.
Not to say that it's healthy or whatever. I don't really know for sure, whatever, but that kind of stuff is more normal, or at least considered normal in French society. Let's be real.
We will ask for impeachment of Macron. The problem for the country is Mr. Macron. The day after tomorrow, we will be in the streets to block the country's economy, to say this is enough.
I don't know. Okay, life. I don't know, to be honest with you. I don't actually know what the hell
as I
this
said
means.
in my speech,
I'm pretty sure this is going to benefit the conservatives somehow, because that just seems to be the fate of all Western democracies now. I don't know, but maybe the French people want conservatism right now. You know, maybe that, you know, I don't know. I don't know. I hope it's democratic, whatever it is.
All those who will save the Macron soldier will fall with him. We do not want any Macron policy. If it is to continue that policy, we want, on the contrary, spend more, have more spending in education for children in situation of handicap who have nobody to accompany. This is a shame for our country.
Right. Well, this person doesn't sound conservative. If I'm not quite sure who she is though at the moment.
There are two questions. Yes, we're giving Macron two choices. Either he can be impeached or he can resign. But you understand that we have a real problem with the Fifth Republic and with the fact that a single man can decide for a whole people, as he did for the retirement at 64 years of age. So we have to make sure he leaves. And we also want to stop the Fifth Republic, because that republic excludes the people from the power. Yes, we want to govern in a major...
I don't know if this is a right-winger using left-wing populism, right, to make a bunch of pie-in-the-sky promises, or is this an actual person on the left making, you know, left-wing promises about what they hope to achieve when they get into power?
Coalition.
I'm not sure.
We won't take part in whatever is done to continue a policy nobody wants anymore. We won't take part in any government with that kind of platform. As I said,
this is Marie Le Pen? I thought she was different. I thought she had like a longer nose. I'm picturing a completely different person.
France, unbowed, won't sell itself just to have a seat in the government. We want Emmanuel Macron to leave. We have a problem. If the country finds itself every 3 months with a government that...
oh, wow. So that's Marie. I had someone else completely in my head. I thought there was this other person. She has like a long nose, like a parrot. Wow. I have literally did not recognize this person at all. I had a completely different image in my head from who. That's not Marie Le Pen. Okay, thank you. Okay, all right. We're going to look it up. Jesus Christ. I'm getting fucking gaslit over here. Yeah, thank you. This woman. Okay, well, she doesn't have the parrot nose that I thought. She doesn't. Okay, I'm literally, I don't know who the hell. I think I'm hallucinating a person who I think is Marine Le Pen, but no, this is Marine Le Pen. Yeah, and definitely not this woman. The video is all scratchy, not because of me, but because of the broadcast. Definitely the same person?
False. It's not possible to wait whole people.
What are we talking about? This person is like 20 years younger than this person, maybe 10 years younger than this person. Completely different person. Guys, put the bong down. Everyone put their bong down. Oh, okay. Sorry. It is. No, for some people it totally is. I'm actually really good with faces, but this woman evades me. I want to know who I'm actually picturing in my head, who that person is. Anyway, yeah. I don't know who this person is. We go back, we're right back to square one. I have no fucking idea who this person is.
Problem. If the country finds itself every 3 months with a government that falls, it's not possible to wait until 2027. With that instability. Since the president refuses to recognize the results of the elections, he should appoint people carrying the same policy. When there is a situation like ours, you have to go back to the vote so that the French people can decide again. Thank you.
Okay, who is that?
So there we are. That was Mathilde Panot of France Unbowed, a left-wing, one of the left-wing parties.
She was a legit left-winger. Nice. And I'm like, yeah, hell yeah. That's what I want to hear from my fucking left-wingers, right? I was like, yeah, we're going to, you're either going to resign or you're going to be impeached. Like, this is, you need to step down. We want to get food in people's mouths. I was like, hell yeah, this sounds pretty good. But we got to be careful though, because what does Reform get up to in the UK? What's Nigel Farage talking about? Very similar things in some cases. Hell, some people in the right-wing circles are criticizing Farage for talking too much about progressive issues. But what they don't realize is that, of course, Nigel Farage is lying about all that. He has no intention whatsoever of helping people. It's just, he's to people like Nigel Farage and Marine Le Pen, quite frankly, conservatives, no matter where they are across the world, I feel confident saying this, they have no problem with lying. Shamelessness is a superpower. They consider us weak because they're able to use their shamelessness against us. And we just refuse to go down to their level. And it's like, well, that's my secret weapon.
Led by Jean-Luc Mélenchon, questioning the legitimacy there, quite straightforwardly, of Emmanuel Macron, saying, well, he's got two choices. He can be impeached or he can resign. And, that's one of the problems now, isn't it, for Emmanuel Macron, that his own legitimacy will be once more called into question.
You're welcome, Ford the Perfect. Horrible man.
Yeah, Mark, I hope you can still hear me. We're having some microphone problems here amidst the melee. But Macron does face this question of legitimacy now, and
particularly the more extreme end of French politics, like Mathilde Panot in the far left, will say that what has happened this afternoon is just yet another indication that the French president can no longer remain in office. Macron will see it differently. He will try and find a new prime minister. He will, I'm sure, succeed in finding a new prime minister, but he's faced with a real crisis.
Look at, it's like, this is what the dynamic looks like when the government is afraid of its people. When it's like, we need to deliver something, or the whole setup is fucked. Okay? We better get off our asses right now. It's amazing. Like, we really have, the world has a lot to learn from the French. I'm not saying every French person, but there is this, like I said, there's something running through French society where it's the right attitude. It's like a disdain for politicians, right? It's a disdain for politics. It's a disgust for it that I think needs to be observed and maybe emulated across the world.
Crisis on his hands.
Okay, Alistair, we're just getting more reaction, so just let's have a listen to the politicians reacting to this.
It's possible to break away from Macron, to have a new method to allow for a government to last, give more powers to the National Assembly, stop the use of the 49-3, open the dialogue right away with the National Assembly. If Emmanuel Macron stops his policy, if he recognizes that there is a need to have a coalition with left-wing parties, then we will have stability for the years to come.
Interesting. I think this is a lefty saying we could throw Macron a lifeline if Macron wants to drop the centrist conservative bullshit and actually start doing some left-wing shit, like hey Macron, just pretend it's an election season, and then then all of a sudden here comes the progressive, right? But is that what this person was saying? That hey, let's do a coalition and actually get some leftist policy priorities completed.
Two things. I heard from Mathilde Panot until yesterday that she didn't want to support a government applying Macron's policy. We agree. We need to break away from Macron's policy. But that political breakthrough means that we have to change things now. We need the Zuckman tax right away.
Oh my God, that's why she sounded so fucking awesome, huh? Yep, that sounds like the kind of line I'd be aligning myself with out there.
We have to work on salaries, climatic objectives. So if the left is going to govern, it will. And then we will see about the impeachment. Will Macron show at one point that he's ready not to block anything, as he has done so far? I think that today it will be very complicated to explain left-wing voters that were not supporting a government having a left-wing policy. I think it's indispensable to do that policy. We're stronger if we have the whole left-wing parties from the socialists to France unbowed. And we want
Here we go. French National Assembly Deputy Cyrine Chatelain.
Prime Minister that is coming from the new Popular Front.
Yeah. I agree about the immigration not being talked about yet.
There are two things. You know that the day after tomorrow is a major mobilization organized long before Mr. Bayrou requested the vote of confidence. It's time to recall that it's enough. You cannot just continue.
Okay.
So we're getting reaction from politicians. They come out to
She's
left.
still swaying. She's still swaying. Girl, even I would know better not to fidget on live TV. She's still moving back and forth. I would love to see the broadcast. I don't know what news agency, some French news agency, but I would love to see this broadcast because it's her doing this. What are you doing? What are you doing, man?
Politicians there talking about how it should be if there's going to be another prime minister chosen by Macron, which it looks likely that it should be a left-wing politician. Alistair Bunkle is back with me. So, Alistair, you were saying just before we took some of that immediate reaction, you were saying that he's got few options, Macron, and none of them are particularly good.
No, I mean, look, he either has to choose someone from sort of loyal to him from his own ranks, which will ideologically be his preferred option. But he has done that now on a number of occasions, and they failed every time. Actually, I was looking at a piece of data published by Le Monde newspaper. François Bayrou becomes the fourth shortest.
I should probably eat more. I should blow my nose more on the microphone. I should probably, chew my fingernails a little bit more, too.
Serving prime minister in the history of France. So, that goes to show how quickly France is churning through its prime ministers at the moment. And if Macron chooses someone who is closer to him politically, then, of course, he runs the risk of having this repeated all over again.
Yes,
so she's in the Greens. Okay.
It's likely, I suppose, that he will call those elections, but it will presumably end up in a similar hung parliament.
Well, that is his other option. His other two options, if you like, are to call elections again for the National Assembly to try and break the deadlock in here, to try and make sure that, well, in Macron's opinion, that his party comes out with a majority so that they can govern with a majority and therefore push through the economic reforms that they want to. There's absolutely no guarantee of that, particularly as National Rally, Marine Le Pen's far-right party, is doing very well in the polls at the moment, which is why you hear them calling for those elections. They strongly believe, and I have to say with good reason, that if elections were held, then they would certainly increase their standing in the National Assembly, if not even get a majority.
Yes, so Alistair, we're just seeing there how the vote went. 364 votes to remove the Prime Minister, 194 against. So he will go, and he will, we're told now, submit his resignation to Macron on Tuesday morning, tomorrow morning, after losing that confidence motion. Let's just listen in to the politicians speaking at the moment.
See, he doesn't even know who he is,
to
dude.
build something looking like a national union around a parliamentary contract to agree on the text we can agree on. That is a very topical issue. There are people who just want chaos in the country, who wants to block the economic activity. That will not allow the country to get out of the crisis. That is not our position. We are for responsibility and truth. We will see who agrees to answer that call.
I'm not sure. Is this either Conservative Party or Macron's party?
As I just said, I can repeat it. Now we have to find the ways and means to solve the problems. And we sit at the same table to find the ways of a
French National Assembly Deputy Marc Fresneau. Okay, well that person we were wasn't the other person a member of the French National Assembly? Or no, okay, the French National Assembly is the fucking like Congress or whatever. So he's a deputy, assembly deputy. What's the party? Okay, that's what we're not getting here. Okay, he's all right.
Compromise. What I'm sure is that this is what the French population want. They don't want debate anymore. They want us to work for them. When we insult one another, we're not working for them. In the Modem party, we have to find the ways of compromise and no insults, to find a common ground. We met with him a few days ago, and I hope we will be able to build something without the extremes. It's quite simple. Which is not in the extreme is the Republican parties. Those are the limits of what we can do. The Socialist Party already said no. I'm trying to explain. The figures are stubborn. The Socialist Party has less votes than us in the basis. So if we don't fight, if we apply our program without the others, if we don't try and find a platform about debt, budget, a few priorities, then we will fail. I don't want us to fail. We have to do things with our eyes open to try and make progress. Did I say I was legitimate to govern? Maybe not, but we have to try and go beyond the party divisions. And I don't think we can do that. I hope that we will say that in the next few days. Thank you.
Okay. Right. So next couple days are going to be pretty busy in this government body, and they need to come up with a solution really quick. What happens? I mean, what happens if there's deadlock? What is the process for undoing all of government, for like creating a new republic? Like, is that even on the table? I don't think that's really on the table right now. Marine Le Pen is disqualified for the next election.
Marc Fresneau of the Democratic Movement, and what we're seeing outside the National Assembly is all the politicians from the different parties staking their claim and making their case for what happens next. But it is a political mess to go with the economic mess that was stated very clearly this afternoon in his speech by Francois Bayrou, the Prime Minister, who will now be submitting his resignation to Macron tomorrow morning. He said that France's financial woes put its very survival at risk, and that it would tip or risk tipping this confidence vote against him, would risk tipping the Eurozone's second biggest economy, he said, further into crisis. You have the power to bring down the government, he said, but you do not have the power to erase reality. That was Francois Bayrou before the confidence vote.
It's so cool to see journalism happening in real time. All these these guys just typing away, which then turns into the shit that we read. The tweets, the AP releases an article. It's because of guys like that, and gals like that, folks like that, typing away, working hard. I just love to see the inside baseball.
Which he has subsequently lost. He said, reality will remain relentless. Expenses will continue to rise. The burden of debt, already unbearable, will grow heavier and more costly. And France's very survival is at stake.
What does that
Alistair
mean,
Bunkle
though?
can rejoin us. And Alistair, it just does seem
what does
that
that
France
fucking
is stumbling along in a political mess and an economic crisis.
We are not skipping.
Yeah,
on the
I mean,
back
the
ends.
political mess to some degree speaks for itself by events that have happened here this afternoon, and the fact that Macron will now be seeking his fifth prime minister in around 2 years. It is worth just recapping on the economic situation that really underpins all of this. And there's a lot of data, a lot of figures that speak to that. But for example, France's cost of borrowing is higher than any other country certainly in Europe. Borrowing costs are even higher than Greece, for example. Who would have thought that would be the case?
I doubt it.
Even 5 years ago. It spends more every year servicing its national debt than it can spend on its defense budget or its education budget. Its public finances are in a very bad order. And so what Francois Bayrou, as Prime Minister, had suggested, what he was trying to push through was a budget that would see 44 billion euros in savings,
Look, I'm just going to say this once, and I'm going to say this very quietly. She could guard my body any day. Woo, doggy. Moving on.
Including cutting 2 of France's national public holidays. And it was deeply unpopular. He insisted that it was necessary. He recognised its unpopularity, but said it was necessary. He warned the French people this afternoon of the consequences of voting him out of office. He's warned them before that it could lead to the IMF, International Monetary Fund, getting involved. He's warned, as have others, that it could see France entering an economic crisis like Greece did during the Eurozone crisis. But his opponents said that was all exaggeration.
I'm not even looking.
That was just an attempt to try and get votes. That actually that doesn't reflect an accurate version of the reality. And different parties have different ideas as to how to try and balance a budget. I mean, France, I should say, has not managed to balance a budget.
Bro, she's dude. She's like a supermodel. Just shut up, bro. She has like a perfect. She's like perfect. Okay, I'm not in love. Shut up.
Since 1974. So you've got this economic crisis, and depending which way you interpret that, it's very severe or not yet that severe. And then that is what has created this political crisis out of that. And I should add that also adding into it all was the decision by Emmanuel Macron to call snap parliamentary elections in 2024, lost its majority. You've effectively got a hung parliament here, and so that is why you've got this kind of you've got this recipe of different political opinions that cannot agree on much. Although, as I said earlier, the one thing that the far left and the far right have been able to agree on today is that Francois Bayrou should remain in office for no longer.
the problems for Macron.
It seems like that's that. I mean, I was talking about how there needs to be a ton of pressure on Macron to do that, but it kind of seems like this is a ton of fucking pressure, dude. And he could just he doesn't have to do this. He could just resign and then let the problem fix. Let the people decide. Let the politicians squabble it out. He could resign tomorrow, and then next week be fishing, at one of his villas. I'm sure he's got at least one villa, one beautiful, gorgeous, opulent French villa. He's got at least one of them. So 1 week later, he could just be like, fuck this shit. He's fucking throwing a line in the water. And he would actually be celebrated for it, because it'd be like, he's no longer an impediment to what people want. People want to change. They want to change right now. So he could actually win-win. I mean, this is a lot of pressure, actually. The far left ain't out there, bud. You talking about France? Oh boy, you're wrong. You're so incredibly wrong. Macron worked for Rothschild Bank. He's a capitalist. Yeah, no, that's been the problem with Macron, is this right-wing centrist shift to the right. So-called centrism, which is just right-wingism, right? He's trying to cut people's pensions. He's trying to austerity here and there. He's getting people, extremely pissed off, and he hasn't really delivered. The one, positive I will say about Macron is that he has led the charge recently in recognizing the humanity of Palestine, but we'll see. I mean, maybe he won't even make it to the UN General Assembly to declare, to say that the Palestinians are human beings. Can you imagine being French? I wish, dude. France is beautiful. I went there briefly, saw the Eiffel Tower, went up the Eiffel Tower, but I wish I could have, been there for a month. It just seemed amazing.
Could extend to the streets later this week, where there are protests planned, walkouts planned, stoppages planned. How much of a threat could that turn out to be for President Macron?
Exactly, dude.
Mark, I've got to guess I'll bring in 1 second Nicolas Bonnet from the Greens.
It's just bail.
In terms of the protest plan this week, nobody's quite sure to what extent or how widespread the protests will be. It is a fairly new movement. They want to try and shut down parts of the economy. They're asking people to stay at home. There could be some violence on the street. Nobody knows to what extent and how widespread the protests will be, but certainly it is a movement that is trying to build public support. Let me bring in Nicolas Bonnet from the Green Party. You voted against François Bayrou, as a large majority did in the National Assembly this afternoon. Just outline to us why.
Why? Because we see how François Bayrou practice is
So are bond yields obligations that the French government has to pay, like payouts to bond holders? Is that what a bond yield is? Is that why it's bad? Is it bad for France to have more bond yields than Germany, Greece, or Italy? I just want to know if I'm reading this chart correctly.
His prime minister role from years ago, from the last 23rd of December, and as he built the last budget, we see he did not really want to make compromise with other parties of the parliament. So for this new budget, the budget of next year, we can't trust him. We can't think he's legitimate to lead the construction of this new budget. And so as in the election of last year, the left-wing parties get the highest score. We think we are more legitimate. The left-wing is more legitimate right now to lead the country and to have the prime minister of France.
Okay, but all the economic indicators show that France is in real trouble at the moment. So if not François Bayrou's budget, what's your alternative?
It's another budget. In fact,
with as many savings, with 44 billion euros worth of savings, or something less?
will be less savings, but more incomes, because François Bayrou doesn't want to tax more the richest. We are ready to that. We think we have to take more to the richest to better share the wealth of the country. It's a major difference between François Bayrou and the left wing.
Oh my God!
That's why we have to. We can't follow him when he say, either you follow me or there is no alternative. François Bayrou can't be the new Margaret Thatcher.
You know, ironically, this is what we should be doing, right? What does this mean? Productivity is down. This means French people are living their lives more, right? And what does this mean? No country spends as much as France. That means the French government is spending a good chunk of the money that they collect from the people on the people, right? So we want to make this work. We want to make this make sense. Of course, this is Bloomberg or like Sky News. I think they're. Yeah, some of this stuff is Bloomberg. But of course they're like, oh no, people are living their lives more instead of, living and dying at work. Terrible news. But we got to make it work economically. We got to make it work. And, Macron I think Macron, the problem with Macron is, like all conservatives, conservative leaning people, they don't want to tax the rich. They don't want to fucking tax the rich. So it's all got to come out of the middle class and lower classes' pocket for the perfect, that's a good point as well. But it's like, I see that and it's actually like, well, isn't that what we want? Don't we want to work less, live more, right? Have our government spend money on us?
We have to speak about, we have to discuss, to debate about alternative, about different ways to see how we build the budget, which we all are aware that we have to resolve the problem of France.
Many people say that countries in Europe took their medicine. Greece, Ireland, Portugal. The UK went through a period of austerity. It is long overdue that France needed to make some pretty drastic reforms, as painful as that would be.
Yeah, we need to make. We need to balance our budget, but there are many ways to have a balanced budget and to reduce our deficit.
So what role of President Macron in all this? To what extent do you blame President Macron in all of this, or hold him responsible?
To what? Excuse me.
How much do you hold President Macron responsible for the political and economic situation that the country is now in?
The President Macron is very responsible because in his 8 years in the last 8 years when he was in charge, the deficit of France gets doubled. So his politics is mainly responsible for the deficit we have actually. So he can't get away from his responsibilities, and he has to let the left wing, which wins the last election, try to fix the problem of the budget.
So he has a number of options now. One is to appoint a new prime minister, perhaps from the left wing, perhaps from the Socialist Party. Another option is to call new elections for the National Assembly here. And a third option is for him to himself resign. Which do you think is the most preferable option in your opinion?
I think the better option is to nominate a prime minister from the left wing, because the last election of the Parliament of the National Assembly is only.
I think the capitalists think that they can paper over any obvious hypocrisies with propaganda as long as they have enough control over the media environment. I think that's the idea.
He was only 1 year ago, so we are very legitimate. We were elected member of the Parliament just 1 year ago, so we can't every year ask people to re-elect a member of the Parliament. We are, in fact, more legitimate than the President himself, because he was elected 3 years ago. So I think the best solution is that you have the courage to let the other try what he failed to do, which is to lead the government, to lead the country with new politics that was chosen 1 year ago by citizens. So and let the left wing lead the government.
Just finally, I was speaking just before you and I spoke about the possibility of strikes, social unrest.
I see. So this is how they're offloading the increase, the need for electricity, and they're offloading this on the people, making small businesses and making industry in general pay more because of these net zero policies. And deporting a bunch of brown people is supposed to fix this, when this is just taxing the wrong base. Welcome back, Eleni. Yeah, get off the sidelines. Or embrace fascist dictatorship, right? Just embrace the fact that these people are going to be making decisions for us. We either get off the sidelines or we do something about it. This is our choice as a generation, the Pepsi generation. Millennials, we're the Pepsi generation, guys. I majored in licking boots. Oh man, we got a lot of work to do with you. Woke Patriot, welcome back. I was a clear Pepsi guy. I'm still a clear Pepsi guy. I bought enough of that when they re-released it. I bought 600 gallons of it. I have a storage locker filled with clear Pepsi. But you can't even see it when you open the thing, it's because it's invisible. So I see. That's what you're talking about. Industrial electricity prices. Who needs an industry, right? So it's like we could be offloading these obligations, these net zero obligations. We could be offloading this on the millionaires and billionaires, but we don't. We try to put it all on the poor, small business, right? What's Trump doing to small businesses? He's absolutely decimating them. Doesn't give a shit about them. Pepsi tastes like chemicals. I both like Pepsi when I want a sweeter taste. I do. I like all sodas because I'm addicted to sugar. But let's not forget the Coca-Cola Company, how disgustingly atrocious they are. Welcome back, Borderlines. Good to see you.
Protests on the streets in the coming days and weeks. What is your opinion on that?
I'm not worried about seeing the citizen expressed their feeling about their problems and what they expect from politicals. I don't think it's a danger for the country. There will be a massive mobilization. Well, I think it will be massive in 2 days, Wednesday for the 10th of September, which will be a real citizen mobilization. And 1 week after, there will be a mobilization organized by syndicate. But in both cases, we'll have to wait to see how many people will come to that mobilization, what will be their requirements, what they will ask for, and then we'll have to discuss with them and try to answer to their request.
Thank you very much indeed.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it. Thank you. There you hear opinion from a member of the Green Party on the left of French politics. It might be that Emmanuel Macron decides now is the time to give that option to perhaps a socialist politician and say, you know what, if you think you can do better, have a go and see whether you can.
Yeah, they're not very
I think, though, he might be inclined to remain within his ranks, someone more loyal to him. But certainly the argument is growing amongst those on the left wing that they have a mandate and that should be heard.
Yeah, Alistair, thank you very much indeed. Just to recap, France's Parliament has voted to bring down yet another government in France, yet another Prime Minister, this time over Francois Bayrou's plans to tackle the ballooning national debt in France. The result, once again, is political crisis, political paralysis, which President Macron has to sort out.
All right. So I think we've gotten pretty deep into this. I think we've gotten enough information, quite frankly, about this. Let's go ahead and move on over to the next subject. Let's see what we got here. Give me some cha-cha. There we go. Oh, Gaza. Oh, we're going to do Gaza. Okay. Everyone strap in. Get your barf bags ready. We're going to move on over to Gaza. Look, folks, I know I was kidding earlier, but no, Woke Patriot is 100% correct. Kicking, high sugar sodas out of your diet absolutely improves your health, no doubt about it. No one, me just sitting here on the sidelines. How dare you? How dare you? That's me in the corner. That's me in the spotlight. Losing my religion. Once again, big props to Space Age Cha-Cha from Nouveau Lux. I love this album. It's great. I unironically love it. Listen to this. It's the future we could have, okay? It's the future we could be living in. We could have this. You and me. We have to build it, though. And that requires work. That's all. It's the sound of a future that could have been. Smells like a new car. All right. Back to the horror movie. Yair Lapid, leader of the liberal Zionist opposition party Yesh Atid, quote, if Netanyahu's coalition wins the elections again, it will be the end of Zionism. So this is interesting stuff. You know, we hear a lot from the extremist wing. We hear a lot from Bibi Netanyahu's wing, Likud, I believe. But we don't hear a lot from the liberals. You know, it's like, do they even exist? Well, they do, but they really only exist in name only. They seem to exist mainly to give the appearance of some kind of democracy, because they never seem to be able to secure power in any meaningful way. These so-called liberals. But it's interesting that, this criticism against Bibi Netanyahu, they say, if you finish this project, this pogrom on Palestine, then you're going to ruin Zionism forever. I guess there's a point to be made there, but there's also a point to be made that, well, if we just do it and the right wing stays in power for the next 10, 15 years, and we can just solidify this and, everything just, the dust settles and it's ours and there's nothing you can do about it. There's also that possibility. It's disgusting to think. But throughout history, the Nazi-like elements have won. Throughout history, the conquerors win. The authoritarians win. They take and they solidify, and then it's theirs. And then that just becomes the new normal. I think Putin is interested in that. I think China is interested in that. And I think this is what we're seeing right now in Israel. Settler colonialism, right? So I think that would be the argument in the back rooms. I don't think they'd ever make that argument publicly, maybe later. But they're like, well, we could also take it and normalize it for the next 10, 20 years. Use our Barry Weiss goblins, right, to spread disinformation and help normalize. And then it's just ours. And we get to keep it. Yeah, manifest destiny. Yeah. But interesting thing, interesting nonetheless.
מאז 1948 לא הייתה שנה קריטית יותר לגורל המדינה. אם הקואליציה של נתניהו שוב תנצח בבחירות, זה יהיה סופה של הציונות. המדינה תתפרק. אנחנו היחידים שיכולים להציל אותה. זו אזעקת אמת. זו שעת חירום. אלו...
As long as this government continues to enjoy the unrestricted support from the what remains of the Western liberal coalition, And right wingers, I mean, look at Donald Trump, right? It's like, well, they got a tape on Donald Trump. That's what we heard at least. But right wingers seem to be down for this shit even more hardcore than the liberals. So no one's stopping it. So as long as the U.S. government continues, the Western alliance continues to prop this project up, there's no stopping it. Is there any stopping it? Is there any stopping it? Right?
שתי האפשרויות המונחות בפנינו. אלו האלטרנטיבות. מדינת עולם ראשון מצליחה מתוחכמת, אהודה בעולם, עם ערכים ליברליים ואהבה למסורת יהודית ותחושה חזקה של קהילה, או מדינת עולם שלישי, אלימה ונכשלת שהופכת את היהדות לגזענות ורוצה לחסל את הדמוקרטיה שלנו. אנחנו כאן כדי לבחור באפשרות הראשונה.
Holy shit, the Salazman, did you look this up? Are you effing serious? Are you crazy? The Salazam looked this up? So we were talking about the reporter that was swaying. Are you fucking with me? You are fucking with me, dude. Dude, you're awesome. I might be on the spectrum. Yeah, because it was French only. I knew it was going to be French only.
L'Assemblée nationale, tout à l'heure, dès 15h, il se soumet à un vote de confiance des députés. C'est en fait sur la question du déficit public que François Bayrou engage la responsabilité de son gouvernement. L'issue du vote ne fait guère de doute puisque les oppositions ont prévenu qu'elles ne le soutiendront pas. On retrouve notre correspondante en France, Tamara Munkanovic. Vous êtes à l'Assemblée nationale, là où vont se tenir les débats. Peu de doute, Tamara.
How did you find this?
Une nouvelle crise politique majeure est sur le point de s'ouvrir aujourd'hui en France.
Oui, effectivement, le sort de François Bayrou va se jouer là, ici, derrière moi, à l'Assemblée nationale, dès 15h. Le Premier ministre français va d'abord prendre la parole, suivi des groupes parlementaires. Et puis, pour finir, ce vote de confiance dont le résultat sera connu en soirée. Mais effectivement, au vu des votes négatifs annoncés à la dette, mais au final, ce n'est pas la dette qui est au centre de la
16 pour nous. Tournoi du Grand 3.
Right. Okay, so those brief moments that we saw her not move, she was on camera. But we also saw her speaking into a microphone while swaying. I think during those moments she was speaking, being interviewed, but they weren't showing her on camera. So, wow, she's actually a total professional. She's actually a total professional, dude. Got it down pat, knows exactly. She didn't move at all. She didn't fidget at all.
L'Assemblée nationale française.
Exemple. Alors voilà, François Bayrou son gouvernement devrait tomber.
Actualité.
Why are we wasting so much time on this? Well, goddamn. Okay, well, the Salazam gets my Chatter of the Day award. I'm sorry, folks, but that one, Chatter of the Day award, the Salazam. You spent like an hour doing this, dude. You wasted so much time. You did not need to do that. But thank you. That was really cool. Thank you.
אנחנו כאן כי זו ההזדמנות האחרונה להציל את המדינה. את השינוי צריך לעשות עכשיו. אם לא נציל את המדינה עכשיו, עוד שנתיים כבר לא יהיה מה להציל. חלון ההזדמנויות ייסגר. אני היחיד שהקים ממשלה כזו ב-15 השנים האחרונות. היחיד שאתם יכולים לסמוך עליו.
Yeah, I mean, there's no way I'm the only one you can trust, you know. I mean, okay, dude. Yeah, I don't think I would agree with this guy in a lot of stuff, most likely. But like I said, they have almost zero power, almost zero ability to do anything. Yeah, it seems pretty bullshitty. But this isn't going to save us. This is like Bibi Netanyahu laughs. He's like, yeah, okay, keep talking, bitch. I'm going to continue, you know, being a dictator here. But maybe not. I mean, like, Bibi is actually on a razor's edge. Like, he cannot take a step back from the West Bank. He can't slow down on the West Bank. The moment he does that, Ben-Gvir and Smotrich are ready to strike. His political career is absolutely on a razor's edge right now. You know what we're going to see here? This is, you know, the full extent of the damage. Israel is trying as hard as humanly possible to block news stations from showing this footage. But here we go. As you can see here, intentional, complete annihilation on the level of World War II. Once again, just to reiterate, the reason why you do this is to make it so that there's no reason to come back. You know, this is why you dig up the graveyards. This is why you go after the schools, the hospitals, and of course the residentials. You give them nothing to come back to. And for your average Palestinian, they'll live in the rubble, right? They understand why they shouldn't be leaving. And that's why Israel is going to have to use deadly, lethal violence, kidnapping, and starvation to force the Palestinians out of their land. Because if it was just like, yeah, we're not going to give you food, but we're just going to, we blew up your home, but, then we're just going to leave you alone. The Palestinians would happily live in the rubble, slowly rebuilding, taking 100 years to rebuild. If Israel just completely ignored them, that's exactly what they would do. But Israel has to use deadly violence to remove these people from their land. And that's exactly what they intend to do. It's, like I said before, the only debate is, do we kill them all? If we exile them, where do we exile them? Where can we dump them in a place that isn't going to create an international incident for us? Andrew Jackson would be proud. Jesus. That sorry. That really is the truth, though, right? America's greatness was forged in blood. The British Empire. Do we even need to mention, right? France, right? We were just talking about France, beautiful country. Its history. Look at that. Look how sad that is. Folks, look how sad that is. Look at that. A pool with slides. This used to be a water park. This used to be a place of fun and recreation for the Palestinians. Probably a pretty rare sight. Turned into a goddamn refugee camp. Yeah, but Hamas. Yeah, right. Well, they're hiding in the tubes. Better strike those tubes. There's like 100 weapons in there. They got guns and stuff in there. Blow it up. Okay, let's get to it here. I have about an hour and a half left. I'm going to have to keep it quiet at 1 o'clock. My wife has a meeting, so no loud swearing from me. Okay. Wanted to show a little bit of the Zoran interview. I'm in love with the template. Hashtag the template. Zoran's the man. This is the future for the Social Democratic Party. The Socialist Democrat Party, or Democratic Socialist Party, sorry. This is the future of the Democratic Socialist Party. This is how we win. This is how we should present ourselves. This is how our politicians should be presenting ourselves. If we are a Democratic Socialist that's interested in being a politician, this is who we need to look to. Bernie is nice. But he's no Zoran. He's no Zoran. So let's watch a little bit of this interview. Hashtag the template. Make sure you tell everybody. Just scream at them. Run out of your door right now. Run away from the computer. Run out of your door and scream at the next stranger, the template. At the top of your lungs, scream at them. Chase them down to their car while screaming the template, the template, the template, the template. And then run back home, back to the stream. 76, she's looking great. I mean, whoever built this woman's face is a genius and an artist. So really, we should be also applauding the surgeon who did such a wonderful job on this woman's face. But she's looking great. I agree. Marcia Kramer, good for her.
It is a wild ride, and you can only ask the Ramamdani what's next. So he's here, and I'm going to ask him what's next. But I want to talk to you about the events where we now know that the White House is getting involved in the race. And part of it, I think, is that business leaders in New York have been trying to speak.
Hey, we're all going to be Skeletors, okay, Ponder Monkey? So let's back off a little bit, okay? Because, you know, she's still on her feet. She's still doing interviews at that age. That's really the accomplishment. It's not that she looks like a gooey piece of plastic. Okay, that was her choice. She didn't have to do that. She could just have wrinkles. Okay, it's the fact that she's still with it, okay? She still gets to poop in a bathroom.
To the president and his advisors. I wonder what you think you can do to win them over and understand your campaign.
You know, I've been sharing with business leaders across the city about how my vision for making the most expensive city in the United States of America affordable is one that actually benefits all of us, because so many of the most innovative...
I love this man. I can't express. I'm sorry. I'm going to shut up. I'm sorry. It's the last thing, but I fucking love this guy. I swear to God. I swear to God, dude, I love this man.
Innovative businesses in this city are only able to be innovative if they can attract talent, young talent that can actually live here. And what we hear from so many young people is the cost of housing, the cost of childcare, the cost even of public transit is such that they have to consider other cities. And so this city, making this a living, breathing testament of what's possible, it would benefit our entire economy.
So why do you think they're so afraid of you?
You know, I think part of it is because of the threat that we pose to the movement behind Donald Trump. It's a movement of division. It's a movement of diagnosing despair only to then exploit it.
And look, there's so many different ways he could have answered that. He could have sounded spiteful. He could, you know, like me, right? Could have sounded like angry. And it's like, oh, he's so fake. He's so fake. This is how you win. This is how you play the game. This is how you present ideas in a way, right? Like you can serve bologna on a paper plate at your wedding, right? Just cold ass bologna right out of the package, right? Or you can, you know, fold it into a flower and sprinkle, you know, you know, and make it look real nice and presentable on a nice white plate, et cetera, et cetera. You know, it's an art. It's an art. A round steak, exactly. This tastes like bologna. Oh, it's round steak, sir. It's round steak. Yeah, it'd be $65, please. Look, we smeared a little ketchup on the plate and like a streak. Look, we streaked some ketchup on there. But it's really about how, you know, because he knows, you know, oh, why do they hate you? Why do they hate you? Oh, well, because I'm a direct threat to the oligarchy and I'm a direct threat to their power base. I'm a fucking democratic socialist and I'm going to tax the shit out of them. Right? He's so good at this. Okay, that's it. No more pausing.
It's a movement of division. It's a movement of diagnosing despair only to then exploit it. And it's one that would cast into sharp relief the fact that Donald Trump ran an entire campaign about lowering the cost of groceries, about making the cost of living cheaper. And he's only exacerbated those same costs. And what separates us from that is that we would actually deliver on this message. And that would be something that would force the question of what he's been doing since he's been in office.
Do you think that you have to change your message a little bit to appeal to these business leaders, to make them understand that you get where they're coming from?
I think it's the same message that I've been sharing since the beginning. It's a willingness to have that conversation with anyone, whether on a sidewalk or a C-suite, and also knowing that there will be those who will oppose this agenda. And yet this is also a city for them, and we continue to want to work together.
You know, campaigns change over time, and I know that what brought you to the dance was your focus on affordability, and it was an appealing message. But now with the increase in shootings in Brooklyn and in the Bronx, people are now focusing on public safety. So I'm wondering, what would your public safety plan look like? Explain it to our viewers.
Absolutely. You know, prior to the West Indian Day Parade, I visited Little Caribbean. And I spoke to a number of residents in East Flatbush who were sharing their concerns around gun violence.
A genius.
And I met a number of New Yorkers who were part of the crisis management system, part of a cure violence approach to dealing with gun violence. And they told me how important it is to have a comprehensive approach to reducing gun violence and, frankly, rooting it out of the entirety of our city. And that it would take working with the police, working with the crisis management system, working with a cure violence approach, all of these things to deliver that safety. And then I went to the Bronx just a few days ago, and I met with a program called Gun.
By the way, the legislation that he's talking about, these policies that he's talking about, these de-escalation specialists instead of sending cops right away, I believe it was tried in Kentucky, or it was some right-wing state tried it out, and it was a wild success. You know, it was a wild success in reducing the amount of people that were involved in police incidences.
Down, life up. And this is a program based in Lincoln Hospital. And one of the young men I met, he had actually been attacked and was in Lincoln Hospital, and he was thinking about retaliating. And that's when he learned about this program. They recruited him to join the program. And instead of another act of violence, he's instead now a mentor to others who have just gone through that same process.
And here's my question. You also talk about establishing a division of public safety that would have social workers and psychiatric workers respond. What would that look like in New York City, in your mind?
I'm waiting for the new episode of South Park to appear on the Pirate Stream Kiss cartoon website. Once that pops up there, I'll watch it. It takes like a couple days, like 3 or 4 days.
So right now, a lot of the things that give New Yorkers concern is especially happening in our subway system. And these are not incidents that might necessarily be categorized in CompStat or as a crime, but they are moments that showcase a mental health crisis, a homelessness crisis. And we have asked police officers to be the ones responsible and to respond to that, even though these are the same officers who signed up to respond to shootings, to respond to murders, to respond to serious crimes across our city. So our vision for a Department of Community Safety, the DCS, is that we would have teams of...
So look at that. He's got the policy queued up. He's ready to go. He's ready for the gotchas. He's ready for the whatabouts. Who's going to pay for it? And then it's interesting how Marcia Kramer tries to frame this, because she's desperately trying to frame him as like pro cops. I think she thinks she's doing Zoran a favor or something, but she keeps trying to point out that like, oh, so you want more cops. You want to hire more cops then, right, everybody? Right? He wants more cops. More cops good. More cops good. And he's like, well, I mean, we don't need to necessarily hire more cops in that we just need to, hire more professionals to work with the cops, so that their workload is reduced and that they can actually focus on important, crimes while, these de-escalation specialists can work on domestic abuse issues and et cetera, mental health crises and things like that.
Dedicated mental health outreach workers that we deploy to the 100 stations with the highest levels of mental health crises to respond to those incidents and get those New Yorkers out of the subway system and to the services that they actually need.
But I have two questions about that. So right now, the NYPD, according to testimony at the City Council, responds to about 180,000 calls involving emotionally disturbed people, EDPs. So how many social workers and experts do you think you would have to hire in order to deal with that level of call so that police wouldn't have to respond?
Yeah.
We have put together a proposal for the entirety of this department that puts the cost at about $1 billion for this new department.
How many people? Would you be able to find them?
We are confident of our ability to find them because we know that if you actually pay people what they're worth for this job, there are so many who are interested in responding. And we have the benefit of learning from the model in Oregon.
How are you going to pay for it? How are you going to find them? Huh? Oh, you want to hire a bunch of people? How are you going to find them? Boom, boom, boom. He's ready. He's ready.
This job, there are so many who are interested in responding, and we have the benefit of learning from the model in Oregon, where they decoupled mental health response from the police department, and they found they were able to respond to more than 90% of those calls without police involvement. You always could call upon them, but knowing that the first instinct would be able to respond to them without asking the police to do so, it changed their nature.
But see, you have a program right now in New York City. It's a pilot program called Be Heard.
Yes.
And it's very similar to what you have been proposing, except it's just a pilot program. But what the testimony has shown is that about 60% of the calls that go to Be Heard are not eligible to have a social worker or a psychiatric person respond because the people who are involved are suicidal or a danger, and so you need a police officer. So how effective can your program be in relieving the police of that burden if so many of the calls are still going to require a cop?
So I have heard from a number of experts who've been involved not only in the thinking behind Be Heard, but even the implementation about how this administration has really kneecapped its ability to succeed through a lack of funding, through a lack of support, and even just the question of the interoperability between 911 and 988 that the actual calls are getting through. This is a sign of an administration that isn't interested in pursuing this. And part of the reason I'm running for mayor is that it's time to have someone who leads this city who is sincerely interested in fulfilling the promise of these pilot programs, delivering that safety, because we're not seeing it right now.
But see, if in fact the numbers are accurate and 60% of the calls require a police officer to respond, even a domestic violence case, would you have to change your mind about relieving the police of this responsibility?
The outcome is always the most important thing. And even if it is 60%, that would still mean 40% that you're reducing from police responsibility that would allow them to increase their response times to serious crimes across the city.
So that's interesting, right? He's not trying to overpromise. I think this is a very intentional him setting expectations.
When I asked you a question the other day, you said, for me, the number one most important thing is the outcome of public safety. Whatever can create the outcome, I will consider. Does that mean you might have to hire more cops?
Look, I've said that I believe the current headcount that we have is an appropriate headcount, but as I've told you, it's an outcome-oriented approach to all of our policies. And to me, we keep talking about if we're going to hire more police officers, and yet there isn't a recognition of the fact that when I started this race, about 200 officers were leaving the department every month. Now it's 350 a month.
How are you going to get more people to apply for the job if it's so difficult to do?
I think the first thing is that you make sure that it's a job that's possible to fulfill.
But so you're really saying that you are open to hiring more police officers if the need arises?
What I'm saying is that I think we have the appropriate number of officers right now, and that I think the key thing is how to retain more of them such that we don't see this exodus.
Damn, dude. God damn, man. These are tough gotchas. These are tough gotchas, right? Because what they don't want to hear a lefty say is fuck the police, ACAB, defund the police, we're going to cut police. They don't want to hear that. And lefties shouldn't want that anyway, right? This whole idea that leftist movements should ultimately, well, I was just, I don't want to say anything too stupid here. I'm just saying there does seem to be a string of leftists that believe we don't need police, like we don't need enforcement. And look what we have right now without enforcement. With the president, with our lawless president, there's no way. He's got control of all the levers. No one can touch him. There's no enforcement. He's breaking the law left and right. Lower court judges telling him he's breaking the law. Can't touch him. Yeah, so we need to be more savvy. Demilitarize the police is good, right? Regulate the police. So we have to be very, very careful as leftists, as democratic socialists. We have to be very, very careful, because I don't know if she's trying or not trying to do this, but we have to be careful about the characterization that we somehow want some kind of quote-unquote anarchy or lawlessness. And of course, that's not the definition of anarchy. I know that, but that's their misidentification, right? That's their intentional or otherwise. That's what they think of leftist ideas. That's what they think of. So we have to be very careful. Look, this is hard work. We got to cut through decades and decades of misinformation and intentional anti-socialist, anti-communist, etc. propaganda. And not every socialist idea is communist, but like we can't if we can't even bring up Karl Marx without people running out of the room, we're in some trouble here. We're in some trouble.
What's interesting to me is that Rodney Harrison, who was the former chief of department of the NYPD when Dermot Shea was the police commissioner, actually supports your approach to doing this. I wonder what his endorsement of your plan means to you and to your campaign, and does that make him a candidate to become the police commissioner?
You know, it was very meaningful to have the conversations that
we have to talk about Marx, because the core issue of our fucking problems is class, and we're all too fucking afraid to talk about it in a lot of cases, and when it comes to normies. But no, we don't need to, like, you know, apply the Communist Manifesto to our lives. That's what's so great about democratic socialism, because it's like, here's the menu of socialist ideas. A lot of them came from Marx. That's just a fucking fact. Get over it. Here's a lot of socialist ideas. Which ones do you want? People. And then we fill the gaps with capitalism, right? With pleasures, with vices.
Had, and to see his support for the Department of Community Safety, because it showcases what we've been saying, which is that this is a plan that we created speaking to police officers, speaking to those who have seen this up close, and knowing that this is actually something that would help us retain our officers and actually deliver on the promise of public safety.
So, but why do you have these people like Andrew Cuomo, like Mayor Adams, like Curtis Lewa, who say, oh, yeah, he's just going to have somebody with a clipboard respond to a case of, somebody who's an EDP or somebody who's involved in a domestic dispute. And they say that's not appropriate, that the person could be in danger. What's your answer to that?
My answer is that many of my opponents, chiefly Andrew Cuomo, would prefer to debate a mythical version of myself than the person that I actually am. They would prefer to focus on tweets from 2020 as opposed to the platform of 2025. And they prefer to do that because they know that our ideas are actually popular. And what we are putting forward is a response to New Yorkers' needs that goes beyond the failed ideas and policies that they've heard from these old politicians.
What you're really saying is that those tweets of 2020, you've evolved from that. You've changed from that. You've changed your views.
Yes, that those are out of step with the campaign that we are running. And it's been clear throughout.
But out of step with how you feel.
Yeah.
Yes.
I've never heard of this
woman.
woman.
You've totally changed your mind.
Yes.
But she seems a little bit
we're gonna
down
leave it
with
right there for now, but we will be right back with more questions from Zora Mom Downing.
Yeah, she ain't bad. I don't hate her. I hate CBS. CBS fucking sucks. Not too bad. Let's see how much of this USA news I can get done before I have to go. Quick double tap. You would agree that the people should decide, right? Because I'm perfectly fine with letting people decide between whatever social liberalism is versus democratic socialism. So the most important thing is that we agree that democracy should be the decider, right?
Here is footage of strong Donald Trump getting ready for his speech today about relocating the Space Command headquarters to the moon. This will be funded by taxpayers earning under $1 million a year and widows of deported minorities. President Trump continues to prove he is the healthiest man in the galaxy and also continues to prove he is not on the Epstein list.
He's not on the Epstein list. I love this necklace. I love how the necklace it's clearly plastic. It's like one of those fake plastic Halloween masks. Oh, and it's connected to a cross. But I've said this before when I showed the other one. This isn't really that far from parody, right? With the stupid advertisement, the everything. It's like it's actually very close to reality.
Here is footage of strong Donald Trump getting ready for his speech today about relocating the Space Command headquarters to the moon. This will be funded by taxpayers earning under $1 million a year and widows of deported minorities. President Trump continues to prove he is the healthiest man in the galaxy and also continues to prove he is not on the Epstein list.
If the only way for me to live free is to live like a pauper, then so be it. But I believe we live in a world of abundance, not to sound like an Ezra Klein, but I believe we have enough for everybody. And there's, we can, everybody can get a slice of this pie. But I also believe in meritocracy, which is why I keep going back to democratic socialism. Because I truly believe that people generally believe in meritocracy and, the ability to create something and sell something and, right? Now, do I like the idea of Star Trek and a moneyless society? Yeah, but the crux of that is the replicator. Until we have the replicator, until we can just plop a machine down and remove all the need for any of those resources, just like, well, here's the thing though, it's like capitalism and food should be further separated, just like capitalism and real estate. Because food shouldn't really, essential food shouldn't be a commodity at all. Should be free. Shouldn't be traded on the market. Right? We should just be concerned that not everybody has enough wheat and grow enough wheat for the whole world. We should just and then pay the farmers. And just give the farmers like a nice, juicy, adequate wage. Capitalism, because I had to bring up Karl Marx like an idiot. Anyway, I'm not really qualified. Ask Woke Patriot. I'm not really qualified to be talking about these things. But I do know that the reason why we understand class on the left is because of Karl Marx. And every time I look into the source of the issue, it always goes back to class. And then there's the fact that a lot of the really amazing socialist policies that I want and I know are better for society are deeply rooted in Marxist communist ideas. So we either just we continue to be embarrassed of that fact, or we start talking about that fact more openly, right? We start doing what Zoran's doing and kind of reintroducing the world to socialism. But look, man, the fact of the matter is that there's enough food being produced for everyone to get a bite, for everyone to get something in their belly every single day, and that doesn't happen. And capitalism, it would actually behoove capitalism to just fix that problem. And people would be like, capitalism's the greatest thing in the world. It literally ended world hunger. But that's the problem with capitalism, is that it's suicidal. And that's why it needs to be regulated. You can't trust it. Capitalism is incapable of seeing something like that and seeing the benefit, right? There's no profit in that. It's just loss. Capitalism refuses to see the benefit of ending world hunger. It's like, well, it actually would benefit capitalism quite a bit. That's a person who's not starving might actually spend their money on, I don't know, a fucking iPod or something. Anyway, but at the same time, there's this guy in Japan who makes the most delicious strawberry in the fucking world. Okay? And it's like the best strawberry you've ever had, I swear to God. And he sells one strawberry, like the best strawberry that he has. He sells it for like $400 or $500 or something. I swear to God. And it's worth every penny. He charges a ridiculous amount, like hundreds of dollars for a single strawberry. And people every single day, he sells out. He sells out of his product. I don't know. I don't know what would happen if capitalism wasn't incentivizing that man to make those strawberries. I don't know. And maybe, maybe as long as he eats, maybe as long as he's, happy on that level. It's like, whatever, if I'm taken care of. I don't know. But then you don't get to, he gets to live like he has to be a millionaire for growing these strawberries, and he gets to live the life of a millionaire. Shouldn't people that do extraordinary things have the ability to live in extraordinary places? Must we all live in the same thing? And seems so dreary, full-blown communism. Anyway, Trump's pick for the Fed says he will uphold the central bank's independence, guys. Don't worry. We're good to go, guys. It's fine. It just me. I Ponder Monkey, you couldn't be more wrong. There's a video. Look it up. Like Japan, world's best strawberry. It's Gordon Ramsay. He went out there, and he said it was like one of the best things he's ever eaten in his life. Like things ever. But he said it's worth every penny. And I believe him. I can't wait. I'm going to get like this. I'm going to beeline it wherever this guy is. I'm going to go to his farm. I'm going to buy that strawberry. I'm going to experience that before I die. Anyway, back to this. Guys, don't worry. Jay Powell should just step down so Donald Trump can install this freakish rubber puppet man. He's going to uphold the central bank's independence, guys. Don't worry. Don't worry. The harbinger of your doom over here. He's definitely not going to ruin your life and ruin the economy. Don't worry. You can trust him. If you want to read this slop from the New York Times, here it is. No thanks. Oh, guys, don't worry. By the way, Lutnick says it's all good, dude. Lutnick says the numbers. Welcome back, Smash. Good to see you. But Lutnick says the jobs numbers, quote unquote, will get better because you'll take out people who are just trying to create noise against the president. This is going to be the greatest growth economy 6 months from now, a year from today. What? This is going to... So is it 6 months or is it a year? There's a big difference. That's a lot of time. Oh, and in like a couple years, everything's going to be so sick. You just said a couple months. I meant years, maybe months. It'd be like 6 to 8 months or years or whatever. It's going to be fucking awesome. Oh, okay. That really instills a lot of confidence. So, guys, don't worry. It's all good, dude. We are so totally good to go. Here's another article from CNN. Trump's economy problem is threatening his entire agenda. So I just wanted to highlight this comment right here. Just imagine if he wasn't doing the tariff BS, we'd be speed running into authoritarianism while 70% of the country just blissfully ignored it all. Imagine being so dumb that you would sabotage your own efforts to take everything over like he has with his stupid policies. And, you know, if you've been watching a while, you know that I would totally agree with this statement right here. Because it's so true. Like, and this is what I worry about with J.D. Vance. The only thing he's going to stop and reverse is the tariff stuff. Everything else he's going to put in place. Because he's jeopardizing his own fascist dictatorship takeover with these economic policies. And, you know, sorry to reference just a rando on Reddit, but I think this person was spot on. So it's my show. I want to talk about it. Here's the link. I'm not going to click on it. We're just speed running this stuff. I'm seeing how far I can get into this. On to the next one here. South Asian Index. Just in, President Trump considering a proposal to block U.S. IT companies from outsourcing their work to Indian companies, a move that could wreck Indian IT sector and cost millions of jobs. So if you've ever worked in a corporate environment, if you've ever worked like programming or anything like that, you know Indian outsourcing is a massive part of the business. Every company does this. So once again, it's another thing that's like, you know, we're going after Hyundai for using gray area illegal labor. You know, guy, oh, maybe my thing, you know, expired. I haven't renewed it yet. I should have gone back months ago. Whatever. I got to do some paperwork. You know, and we're kidnapping them. You know, all right.
All of this rests on the president.
So I don't look. You heard my summary. Do we even need to watch? It's nothing. It's literally 8.5 fucking minutes of lies and bullshit. And really, the only reason to watch it would be to see some pushback. But it's just like water off a duck's ass. You know, complete delusion and like smug delusion, right? You know, because like the fucking. Chickens haven't come home to roost yet, so it's like, oh, this is just going to be such a big fat success, and wait till you see, and blah blah blah. Right? Do we even need to watch this? No. I did want to show this because I wanted to show how dangerous, you know, just like this man is a dangerous sociopath, and you know, he's talking about the Federal Reserve here, and he's talking about how, you know, quote unquote, I don't think we allow bureaucrats to make decisions about monetary policy and interest rates without any input from the people that were elected to serve the American people. POTUS is much better able to make these determinations. So he's justifying ending the independence of the Fed, and he's not stupid. He knows damn well that any dictatorship that removes the independence of the Federal Reserve, their currency, their economy takes a nosedive. People, you know, are hesitant to invest. And they're certainly hesitant to believe any of the economic numbers that come out. The independence of the Federal Reserve, of these central banking systems, is baked into the system to help with the integrity of the system, so that there's at least some trust between these markets when you're trading. You let a politician control these numbers, control this lever, they're going to control it, obviously, for their own good. Left, right. This is why it needs to be independent. So you guys all know that. You're smart. J.D. Vance knows that. But here he is right here. Happily. Big smile on his face. Big creepy fucking smile on his face through this whole thing. This is totally normal. This is totally normal. And, you know, I this USA Today reporter, completely incapable of calling out what is clearly overt authoritarianism, frightening authoritarianism, access journalism. Look, mommy, I'm on TV. Look, mommy, I got to interview the vice president. And why do you get to interview the vice president? Because you're not going to push back. So I haven't even seen this interview, more like 5 seconds of it maybe. But I know for a fact that's why she's sitting here, and I know she's not going to do it. Because what needs, you know, the smirk needs to be wiped off his face with it. You know, people are afraid that this is hauntingly similar to many other fascist dictatorships of the past. Are you concerned about, you know, what this says about the independence of our, you know, the integrity of our financial system if it's controlled by a politician? She doesn't do any of that shit. I guarantee it. Because if she did, if she ever showed any history or any inclination that she wouldn't be sitting here.
We want to get your response to some breaking news and current events, including President Donald Trump's attempt to fire Lisa Cook from the Federal Reserve's Board of Governors. He says it's over alleged mortgage fraud, but she has not been charged with a crime. Is this about forcing the Fed to cut interest rates?
Well, a couple of things here. So first of all, I don't think anybody doubts that Lisa Cook committed some mortgage fraud. Whether a local authority decides to prosecute or federal authorities prosecute, or of course the president doesn't get involved in those decisions. But she made a mistake, and she potentially made a criminal mistake. And the question is, do we want a person who makes a mistake like that to be a person who sits on the Federal Reserve Board, which makes important monetary policy for the entire country? I think that position should be held to the highest possible standard. So whether it's criminal, whether it's intentional or not, we know that this is a person, I think, who doesn't meet the standard that we should expect for the Federal Reserve, which is why the president fired her. And he does have the legal right to fire her. And this goes into a second, I think, a much more fundamental question. Let's just say, for the sake of argument, that Lisa Cook had
totally
done absolutely
ridiculous
nothing
reason
wrong.
to fire her.
Isn't it a little preposterous to say that the president of the United States, the elected president of the United States, working, of course, in concert with Congress, doesn't have the ability to make these determinations? What people who are saying the president has no authority here, what they're effectively saying is that 7 economists and lawyers should be able to make an incredibly critical decision for the American people with no democratic input. Like, I thought the people controlled this country, that people made the determinations in this country through their elected representatives, including the president of the United States. I don't think that we allow...
Unhealthy for a financial system. No pushback, no call out.
Bureaucrats.
You know, and look, you know, it's all about the framing, of course. Unelected bureaucrats, of a gaggle of 5 lawyers, get to control everything. What about the people? I mean, he knows exactly what he's doing. He knows the arguments against this. He knows that and I tell you, as soon as he's in charge, it's going to be very quiet. And probably a bunch of other like crazy shit's happening. So it's actually going to be pretty easy for him to reverse these tariff policies, renegotiate these trade deals without tariffs, and just get the machine cranking again. But this is, he's licking Donald Trump's boots. This man's an incredibly dangerous human being. And we are in danger because, like, look, I know I said, like, let's not talk about Donald Trump dying, but I mean, it's going to happen. He's not getting to the end of the 4 years, right? But like, obviously, I don't want to jinx it. Okay, let's not jinx it, everybody.
To sit from on high and make decisions about monetary policy and interest rates without any input from the people that were elected to serve the American people. And I think that's fundamentally what this is about. Who makes the decisions about this country? Is it those the American people elect? Is it those the American? And I think that's fun.
What the fuck is going on here? What in the fiddly? Why not just put up a fucking computer monitor with a list of questions? Exalted Vice President Leader J.D. Vance, thank you for coming in today. Please tell me your propaganda about the Fed. Please repeat your propaganda about the Fed. I will not question you. Just politely sitting quietly. If you know anything about anything, this would enrage you. This would enrage you. The nonchalance that, like, oh, I don't know why we haven't done this in 100 years. I don't know why we haven't done this in the last, whenever we've created the central bank fucking 100 years ago. I don't know why. It's just ridiculous. We should be able to do this. Anything we want. Should be able to do whatever we want. It's no big deal. The people want this. And it's like, it's just, nice and quiet, nice, polite and quiet.
Fundamentally what this is about. Who makes the decisions about this country? Is it those the American people elect, or is it unelected bureaucrats? And I feel very strongly that the President of the United States is much better able to make these determinations. And by the way, if the American people disagree with the president, they, of course, can throw out the president every 4 years. And
he knows that's a lie, too. And this is why the illusion of democracy is important to secure, right? So they're going to let people vote, but they want to make sure they control the outcome. Okay, so they will continue with this emulation of democracy, so that they can, continue to masquerade their authoritarianism as democratic. He's doing this, but here's the thing about Trump. He does it naturally. It just comes natural to the guy. You know what I mean? It's just Trump being Trump, baby. J.D. Vance knows exactly what he's doing. He knows that he's recontextualizing these things. He knows that he's speaking in this way, in a very particular way, to achieve this outcome. He knows that he's lying. And that's a man with an agenda. That's a man with an agenda, right?
And throw in a new president. But you can't say that the American people, that the democratic decision-making process has no influence over monetary policy. That's really, really, I think, an anti-democratic principle.
Wild. Completely Orwellian. Completely, frighteningly Orwellian. Frighteningly Orwellian. One of the hallmarks of a dictatorship is having complete control over monetary policy. Look at China, right? Do we trust the numbers coming out of China about anything? The man in the high castle. I mean, we are in the danger zone, folks. We are in the absolute danger zone. This man's going to get a lot of people killed. Moving on to the next story. Inside Trump's unorthodox climate attacks in courts nationwide. So once again, I'm not going to read the article here, but this just kind of lays out if you're interested in the current state of climate, right? What's being attacked? Why? He's going after wind. He's going after solar. He's shutting down a wind operation, like a wind plant that was like months away from opening. The windmills are up. The batteries are installed. They're just plugging everything in, putting the final touches on it, about ready to get everything cranking. Donald Trump shutting it down. People hating it, right? Ruining everything. There you go. Going back to something we talked about earlier about how incompetence is they call it the birds, but no, how incompetence is a hallmark of authoritarian governments, not just fascistic governments, but authoritarian governments in general. You oftentimes see the people that are at the very top be incredibly, not just like maybe incompetent, like they do too much coke and go to the strip clubs, but like stupid, very stupid people that shouldn't be in the position that they're in. And when you think about it, one of the reasons why they do that is because it kind of traps them in that position. RFK knows he doesn't belong there. And RFK knows that if it wasn't for Trump, he wouldn't be sitting there. So in a way, it's a good way to keep these people in place, keep them complacent, keep them doing exactly what you want to do, because that's what the goal of the dictator is. The goal of the dictator is to select people that are going to do exactly what they're told, unquestioningly. No question, whatever. Destroy this, destroy that. The old trope, hey, henchman, come over here, kill yourself, right? And he's like, okay, sir, I love you. Like Cobra Commander shit. That's the people, those are the people that are sought out and put into these positions of power. So here's from Aaron Rupar here. Energy Secretary Chris Wright, this is this man over here, this is what he said, quote, "I'm working every day on using AI to figure out how to cure cancer." Or, he's got a little extra time, launch fusion energy, or, got a little extra time, understand dark matter. Our Defense Department is trying to figure out how to keep America safe. Oh, thank goodness. God bless the First Lady. She, of course, is wiser than all of us. I'm not sure if Aaron cut that or if that is literally the paragraph, the run-on sentence, the several sentences that he said in that order. I think that's what he said in that order. He said he's using AI, so maybe Grok, maybe ChatGPT, to figure out how to cure cancer, launch fusion energy, or understand dark matter. And then he ended that statement with, God bless the First Lady. She, of course, is wiser than all of us. Okay. It's very funny, but it's also incredibly dangerous. I keep thinking of Stalin, because this was a big hallmark of Stalin's government. Like there were some people who were like farmers and stuff, and no offense to farmers, right? But they were like farmers in charge of incredibly important policies, and it was just like their loyalty to Stalin, got them in that position, and they were like, incredibly corrupt and evil in some cases. And it was just, as long as they were loyal, you could be gobsmackingly terrible at your job or a stone cold moron. Hey, ChatGPT, how do you do the cancer? How do you undo the cancer? Oh, you're so smart, sir. Oh, it looks like you're trying to cure cancer. You're such a wonderful person, sir. Welcome back, Beery. Always good to see you. Another article here. As the U.S. stock market smashes records, some investors fear it's overpriced. Yeah, no fucking duh. I mean, all my market coverage is no fucking flippity doodah. What Tesla's more valuable than Ford and all the other fucking car companies combined. Tesla's a fucking meme stock. Here's the article if you want to read it. It's from Al Jazeera, so better watch out.
Just to...
Ugh. I don't have the stamina for this fucking stupid story. Whatever. We'll do the Taylor Lorenz thing later.
APAC.
Yeah. Okay. These videos are related. We'll talk about it later.
A summer of
here's some interesting things. Some climate change news. Arizona town sinking as farms pump groundwater. Locals drill deeper wells. So, I mean, the farmer, it's APAC, man. Get him. So farmers are really taking a hit, and they really, I'm not going to sit here and say that the farmers deserve to be annihilated because I happen to like food. I happen to eat food and would prefer my farmers to be prosperous and happy. But it's really hard to avoid the irony that one of Donald Trump's strongest supporting demographics were farmers, even after the first term. And that really surprised me because it was like they got a little taste. He totally messed things up for farmers in his first term. Screwed them over, quite frankly. And they came back for a second heap and helping. They really did. But anyway, here's some climate news.
Extremes, scorching heat, sweeping dust storms, and megafires burning across the Southwest. Climate disasters putting a strain on the already dwindling Colorado River, 1,400 miles of life-sustaining flow for 40 million people. But as the river's water level drops, there's a new crisis emerging, one you can't even see.
It's a train wreck waiting to happen.
I think it's extremely dire.
If the water's not affordable, then there's nothing.
In the small desert town of Wendon, Arizona, the ground itself is literally collapsing.
In the last 15 years, Wendon itself has sunk into a subsidence bowl. We've sunk over 3.5 feet. We sink at another 2.2 inches per year. This is a wellhead.
Gary Sater knows this firsthand. As chairman and general manager of Wendon's Water District, he's responsible for keeping the town's taps flowing. But with no access to the Colorado River, Wendon relies entirely on groundwater, a supply that's now being drained faster than it can recharge.
It's absolutely out of balance. It's not sustainable.
Experts say the biggest impact comes from agriculture. Massive farms pumping thousands of gallons a minute for crops like alfalfa with almost no oversight.
We are legitimately looking at a scenario where whole towns will have to abandon themselves and go somewhere else. We're talking no showers, no toilets, all water coming from a different source, nothing left. And the added bonus that because you've emptied that massive reservoir of water, your entire fucking town is sinking.
One study from Arizona State University says nearly 80% of Arizona has no groundwater regulations at all, and corporate farms don't have to report what they take when a well runs dry. They just drill deeper. There's no way to know how much water is even left.
This is the result
that lack of oversight hits small businesses like Rob McDermott's RV park. The groundwater here keeps the taps running for dozens of trailer spots.
Have you calculated how much you have to take out to run a business like this?
So I generally, during the peak time, I'll use about 4,000 gallons a day.
Okay, wow.
But when nearby overpumping dried out his well, McDermott faced a painful choice: no more water, or
we had to drill a new well. So we're at an 800-foot well, previously a 620-foot well. So, and the cost of it, $120,000. It's pretty tough to absorb that.
A recent ASU study using NASA satellites found the state has lost nearly 9 trillion gallons of groundwater in the last 20 years. They say climate change is only expected to make things worse. This map showing only 18% of the state with any type of regulation.
We found there is a big relation between the groundwater stress in the areas where it has management and the areas doesn't have management.
One flashpoint, Fondamonte Farms, a subsidiary of a Saudi dairy company, equipped to drill up to 4,000 gallons per minute to grow alfalfa that they export overseas, according to the state's attorney general.
They're drilling 1,500, 2,000 feet into the ground. No one else can afford to drill wells that deep. And they're dewatering the aquifer so that the people who have drilled wells to 400 feet no longer have water. The water has disappeared for them. Because
it's totally nuts. They're literally sucking Arizona dry, these Saudis, and they're doing it to grow this, like, an incredibly thirsty plant, alfalfa, for, like, feed. I think this is then used to feed livestock back in Saudi Arabia, but this is apparently one of the most water intensive plants, and that's the reason why Saudi Arabia plopped this corporate farm down, is because the complete lack of regulations. They can just go crazy, steal water from the entire region, disenfranchise tens of thousands of people, including farmers, risking the entire future of this region, sucking the water dry completely. It's crazy, dude. It really is wild.
That they export overseas, according to the state's attorney general.
They're drilling 1,500, 2,000 feet into the ground. No one else can afford to drill wells that deep. And they're dewatering the aquifer so that the people who have drilled wells.
By the way, this woman, if she's a government official in Arizona, there's a good chance she's a hardcore right winger, like pro-Trump. Probably got a picture of Trump in the fucking house.
To 400 feet no longer have water. The water has disappeared for them because the Saudis are sucking it out of the ground.
Attorney General Chris Mays has now filed a first-of-its-kind nuisance lawsuit against Fondamonte, saying the company's actions have already inflicted harm on the entire community, and its ongoing conduct will exacerbate this damage as groundwater levels continue to plummet.
I think this is the ultimate David versus Goliath situation.
In response, Fondamonte told us its water use is reasonable, and in a statement says in part that it makes a conscious effort to manage water use and that the dry wells are unrelated to its farms, but would not disclose how much water they withdraw. The AG estimates that in 1 year, it constituted over 81% of all groundwater extracted in the area.
81%.
2023, they withdrew enough water to provide water to 93,000 homes.
The company declined an on-camera interview, but added its operations are in full compliance with all applicable laws and regulations.
That is totally true. This is Republican governance. This is libertarianism run amok. Okay? Here's Ayn Rand at work, right? The strong takes from the weak. If this Saudi farm can dig deeper, they deserve the water, and they deserve to take it all. All of it's theirs. If they can take it, if they have the ability and strength and ability to take it, they should take it. This is Republican ideology writ large, right here.
Also saying that it's created more than 1,750 jobs, making it the third largest private employer in La Paz County.
There have to be other farms that are doing
Thanks, Jeff.
almost exactly
Thanks
the
for the
same
reminder.
thing. Are you
We
going
know.
after
We
this
know,
farm
Jeff.
specifically because it's the Saudis?
No, definitely not. And you are right. There may be other areas where this is happening. I just haven't found them yet.
Adding to the fear, a new concern that whatever water is left here will be transferred to a thirsty, booming suburban population in the state.
Is at least.
So I mean, that's what I'm talking about. Just look at this. Look at all of it unsustainable. And picture it in like 20 years, if the aquifer is truly drained, all of these homes will be abandoned. It'll be a fucking ghost town, like China, like Ghost City, like a ghost city from China, dude.
One hedge fund that has made a $100 million purchase of water rights and land. I believe they did it because at some point in the future, they have calculated that they can sell that water to Phoenix.
We reached out to the company and did not hear back. But
The capitalists know. The capitalists know. So that's what she's saying, is that they're getting ready to sell. They're going to, we'll restore your water. It's going to cost you quadruple what it was before. They're ready. They're absolutely ready. They got the bank account, like, we're in the money. It's interesting. Even in Monopoly, you couldn't really raise the rates on people. Could you imagine? Oh, yes, you landed on my waterworks. You got to pay, 3,000% instead of like 15% or whatever. But here are the capitalists ready. They know exactly what the fuck's going to happen in the next 10, 20 years. Like, you don't set that up unless you know something's about to happen, and they're like, yeah, about to cash in.
Increasingly, an uncertain future for communities living with the impact.
Somebody selling our water, what we depend on to live, to a suburb so they can grow.
Yep.
So they can grow at our expense.
That's right.
That's not fair.
A fight over an irreplaceable resource as Arizona's small towns sink beneath the surface of a growing crisis.
Right.
Steve Patterson, NBC News.
It's not fair. It's not fair. But who did we vote for, huh? Who did we vote for? Someone tell me who we voted for. %30 of Arkansas farmers who voted overwhelmingly for Trump are going bankrupt. So this is just yet another interview here. Or did I show this one already? No, I don't think I have shown. No, I showed pieces of this one. I did. I've already shown pieces of this one. Never mind. We don't need to rub it in any further. Yeah, this is just the same clip. Comedy is banned. Arkansas farmers praying for help because Trump has abandoned them. So I think the thing that I did wanted to show with one of these clips, though, actually, is the farmer. The hypocrisy is these guys like crying and pleading for a subsidy, crying and pleading for socialism, And it really is socialism for me, but not for thee. And they do think this way. They are hypocrites. They would punch you in the face if you were to call them one. But it's naked hypocrisy, and it goes down in America every single day. These people are straight up delusional in some cases. Like this is frightening stupidity. It's frightening because it's so damaging, right? They hurt themselves. It's like, man, should you be operating a vehicle? You're this fucking dumb?
Oh, good evening to you. We begin tonight with hundreds of struggling Arkansas farmers pleading for emergency federal funding amid a farm economy crisis.
Channel 7's Andrew Mobley attended a meeting between farmers and federal officials earlier today in Brookland in northeast Arkansas and has more tonight. Andrew.
Almost everything that could go wrong for Arkansas farmers.
Cut the mustache, man. What are you doing? What are we doing with the mustache, man? Come on, guys. We get it. You can grow one. Okay, you've proved your point. Get that shit off your face, man. What are we doing with this? Is this a trend with young people or something? The goddamn porno stashes? We're doing the porno stash thing again? Porno stashes, man. It's not a pedo stash. I'm not going to go there. It's a porno stash. What, are you giving mustache rides? Is that what you're doing? Shave that shit off, man.
Did go wrong this year, and it's so bad that many are facing bankruptcy or even the closure of farms that have been passed down for generations. A dismal global market and plunging commodity prices mean there's little to no hope of breaking even for many farmers, even as sky-high input costs.
He's got a good news voice, though. He's nailing the news voice thing, so good for him.
Rise because of inflation and now tariffs, not to mention bad weather earlier in the year.
This time last year, the rice price was about 40% higher than it is now.
Yeah. Who'd you vote for?
Inputs costs have gone up. So after a horrible year last year, where most farmers in Arkansas Delta lost money, this year's going to be worse.
Right. So you're saying this year, so that was last year was Joe Biden. This year is Donald Trump. No. Oh, no, we're still not. Okay, we're not going to admit we're wrong. Okay, sorry.
President Trump's big, beautiful bill provided a much needed update to safety net subsidies for farmers. They won't see those federal dollars until late next year, by which time some have projected that as many as 1/4.
So wait, because we heard Donald Trump talk about subsidies. We're going to help the farmers. We're going to help the farmers. So that shit doesn't come until late next year. Right when they're folding up, right? They're gonna get a check when they're like drinking, getting drunk in a hotel, after they've auctioned off their farm and all their equipment. Like, oh, thanks, Uncle Sam. I could be with Trixie for a couple more months. And then they're gonna kick me out of the hotel.
Or even 1/3 of Arkansas farmers will face bankruptcy or be forced to leave the business amid the crisis the American ag economy is currently in. It's already taken its toll this year.
I'm a sixth-generation farmer from Newport, and we made a decision to go out this year.
Yeah, quick double tap. Thank you for pointing that out, because it's a trend amongst the youth, these weird porno stashes. They look weird. Not they're taking on socialist values. We can call them socialist, Marxist, communists now. Yeah, don't you dare. Don't you dare. Why would a farmer vote for tariffs? I didn't know I was voting for that. I didn't know. I thought we were just going to hurt some brown people. I didn't know we were going to do that. It's like Donald Trump was literally promising this. He was like, I'm the tariff president.
In the spring. So my son will not be the seventh generation on our farm.
5 of my customers have committed suicide.
This is tragic stuff. So we've already heard this today, though. So yeah, this is all part of what we heard already. So there we go. That's the end of that. And it is tragic. It is totally tragic. We've been talking a lot about communism, capitalism, communism. This person, made an interesting point on social media here. I don't know who this guy is. But I thought, this is kind of an interesting thing. I think I'd like to show the stream. So let's listen.
To do, and it's like everyone knows what to do and can't. Everybody understands they're being screwed, but has no idea how to respond. The wealth gap's ridiculous. We understand it is. Yet we're all trapped in our own little cubes. We're compartmentalized, isolated into little consumers. This is why we need to form community. A lot of capitalism's power comes from it compartmentalizing us. Yes. It separates us. You need to own your own home. You need to own your own car. You need to have your own family, etc. The isolation is what makes the system so powerful. So to combat this isolation, you need to build community. You need to know your neighbors. You need to join organizing groups. Go to your local library and see who's already doing the work. This is how you combat the feeling of being trapped. This is how we start undoing the years and years of propaganda all of us have been fed. And ultimately, this is how we heal. This is how we build a society that benefits the many and not the few. This is how we create a society where people have equal opportunities to succeed. Unlike this one, where if you are dealt a bad hand, it is incredibly hard to dig yourself out from it. This is how we build a society and an economic system that encourages us to work together instead of hurting one another to get to the top. Because there's a hell of a lot more to life than just working until you drop. And just mindlessly buying things. Let's create a system where we can experience our life as it's meant to be lived.
Right. So, I mean, that's a pretty communist point of view. And what I would say to these communists is that, you know, democratic socialism is a great gateway drug to communism. So people are not going to be down with the government, you know, telling people where to live and telling people what kind of car to drive. But they might eventually be okay with some of these more extreme ideas that came from that are like, you know, like communist, like straight up communist ideas, not even socialism, which I consider to be just like some of the more softer, more mainstream ideas that have come from communism. I've heard that Karl Marx used communism and socialism interchangeably, and they do seem to represent mostly the same things. But I think people understand like the difference between communism and socialism. It's like, and that difference is like the government telling you what to buy, telling you what to wear. And, you know, it's for a lot of these communists, it's like it's framed as like a freeing thing. Like, you know, you to free yourself from the chains of capitalism. But it's like, well, I don't think people are down for that immediately. So to the communists is what I always say is like, are you participating? Are you trying to, you know, turn the current government that we have into democratic socialism or something like that, so that maybe eventually we can start having an honest debate about the means of production and some of these core central communist ideas. You know, we can start actually having these debates about that once people have gotten a taste for real actual socialism and they've seen what it does for them. Like, look at the people in Norway. The people in Norway understand the value of socialism and are willing to have a more robust discussion about communism and like how far they want communism to go in their daily lives. Right? Free yourself from the chains of capitalism. What does that even mean? Well, we have a lot of work if you're not even sure what that even means. But I guess the basic gist would be to end the systemic exploitation that seems to be inherent in our system that is entrenched by capitalists, neoliberal capitalists. Yeah, Doc, you came into this conversation late, okay? So get off your fucking high horse and fuck off. Because that's a central theme of what I talk about. Anyway, on to the next story here. No, I'm kidding, Doc Watson. Don't fuck off. I think you've been here before. Unless you're not the same person. Unless you're a total rando that I haven't seen before, then fuck off. If you're the person that's been here before, then I think you were cool. So here's something pretty interesting. No, I don't know. I don't know. I always fly off the handle way too quickly. So sometimes people deserve it though, but sometimes people don't, and I feel bad when people don't. But no, okay. On to the next story. Let's just bygones be bygones here. Water under the bridge. What's with the head crab? Yeah, well, I think this, I think we're going to be seeing a lot more of this. Outsourcing has been kind of a part of the conversation that we've been having today. And here is a great example of, outsourcing kind of taken to its logical conclusion. This shit's actually legitimately bonkers. Yes, thank you, Quick Double Tap. I'm trying to be.
This is what, security for the apartments?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah, we do security monitoring around the area.
That's dope. Okay. Well.
Yeah.
I'm gonna walk by you.
We'll be parking now.
Hey, where's building B at?
Thank you, Blase.
Sorry?
Where's building B?
Can you repeat that? Sorry.
Where is building B?
Building B?
B. B as in boy.
B. B as in boy. Can you follow me?
Okay.
So, like, dudes in India or something, and no offense, of course, but, like, dudes in India, like, he's got, like, an Xbox 360 controller or something and a headset, and he's, like, the fucking building security, dude. I swear to fucking God. And, like, I don't see this going away. I see this becoming the norm. You know what I mean? I see this absolutely 100% becoming the norm.
If you can see that building right there.
Well, yeah, so Rebel Phoenix, it's not really about all offensive, like, we're going to beat somebody's ass. It's like we're going to call the cops, right? And we're going to make sure no one's stealing anything, or if someone's trying to break into a window or whatever, whatever it is, right? Yeah, Grin, that Black Mirror episode.
That's building B.
Okay.
Damn clankers. But isn't that wild? It's just like, yeah, it's over here, bro.
Okay.
Right, and how much is this guy getting paid? What, $1 an hour or something? Like, it's probably something offensive. But he's happy to do it. And one of the problems with upending this neoliberal economic order is that, the capitalists won't be able to take advantage of this disparity. They won't be able to hyper exploit people. Okay, we've already done Mom Donnie today. We can skip our second Mom Donnie. So, as predicted, Donald Trump, they're pulling out all the stops. He's targeting voter ID. He's targeting mail-in ballots, gerrymandering as much as humanly possible. They think it's the greatest thing in the world. More Mom Donnie. So this is unsurprising, but they're gonna take it even farther. Like, I think they're going to start actively replacing these, Dominion voting machines with their own voting machines. And of course they'll have control of the output, just like China, just like Russia, right? They will have full control over outcomes. And I think they're expediting. They have like 14 more months, 18 more months, something ridiculous like that. So they have plenty of time to get this done before the midterms. I don't know how many more months, right? But they have plenty of time to get this done before the midterms, and they're working overtime. This is a major priority to subvert the next election, the midterm elections, right? Because if the midterm elections are a big success for the left, for the Democrats, as they should be, it will make their theft of the next election in 4 years, 3.5 years, 3 years, even more harder to cover up, right? But if they're able somehow to steal the midterms and then they steal you, right, it makes it a little easier to justify stealing the next one, right? Because then they're like, well, what do you mean? This is a mandate. People love us. Here's another example of pulling out all the stops. The researcher who has distorted voter data appointed to Homeland Security election integrity role. So literally the Fox has been appointed to guard the hen house when it comes to elections. I think this is one of the people that, that 2000 Mules documentary was referencing. So, once again, putting the criminals in charge to make sure that the cover-up, goes through smoothly. Partisan to the death. She's happily subvert our beautiful American democracy for her own political gain, and that's why she's been put in that place. Both of these images were official tweets, were put out by the White House or whatever. So just not that anybody in the chat needed a reminder that these people are raging hypocrites, but as you can see, blatant, naked hypocrisy, lies. These were literally images both put out officially. Fell for it again. Onion person pointed that out, by the way. I'm not clever. Onion person did, but he's like, yeah, it's pretty fucking funny that both of these graphics are official. And I would agree. Thank you, Onion person and Dizzy. Stop giving Elon Musk money, please. Frightening. This is equally frightening, but this is once again an official image. This was put out by Donald Trump. A truth. I put out another truth. So, he's retweeting something he saw. But I mean, look, he saw this and he said, that's me. That's what I want. That's great. I love that. He did. It's just wild to me, right? Because it's shameless. But the world will soon understand nothing can stop what is coming. And it's like, Donald Trump owns the world. And, of course, we got Q. We got the Q. He probably didn't see the Q. He doesn't get it. All he cares about is that they like me. Do they like me? Are they is a political group of people that likes me and they're going to vote for me? Okay, they think I'm a god. Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, the world's on fucking fire. Next little tweet here. Donald Trump once again flirting with dictatorship, flirting with talking about dictatorship, saying like, well, people basically want a dictatorship. I mean, this is like that really is the language of a rapist. He had it coming. She had it coming, right? They deserved it. They dressed too sexy, that booty too fat, etc. So here's Trump, quote unquote. The line is that I'm a dictator. Sorry, I should do the voice, huh? Dick ridership. Oh, that's good. There we go. Hold on. There we go. Perfect. Nice. Getting into Trump mode. Activating Trump program. Trump program activated. The line is that I'm a dictator, but I stop crime. A lot of people say, if that's the case, I'd rather have a dictator. Right. And does anybody really need to be reminded that security, safety, we're going to keep you safe, is the go-to line of dictators all over the place, right? It's just like, it's what they always said. Trade your security, trade your liberty for security, trade your democracy for security. Only I can keep you safe. Only I'm strong enough to do that. It's literally 101. 101. You can probably find Hitler quotes that sound very similar. Here's Bernie Sanders. Ooh, I get to do my Bernie Sanders voice. Actually, Mr. Trump. Oh, that's terrible. What happened to my Bernie? Actually, Mr. Trump. I can't do a Bernie. Okay, well, never mind. He said, actually, Mr. Trump, a lot of people say that millions of Americans fought and died to defeat dictators. Ask anybody, we'd rather be a free country. Right. Not free enough for you to criticize your colleagues in the neoliberal establishment, though, Bernie. I do. I criticize them all the time. Not by name. And you don't do it vociferously. You're not a pariah within the neoliberal establishment, Bernie Sanders. You're an ally that applies a nice progressive sheen right? Who had Joe Biden's back the entire 4 fucking years? Who had Joe Biden's back the entire 4 fucking years? Bernie Sanders. Another absolutely outrageous statement, insulting, inaccurate, disgusting, ignorant statement from Donald Trump. We could have won every war, but we really chose to be very politically correct or wokey. I assume he's talking about how the U.S. Army has a history of trying to follow the Geneva Conventions. Instead of just, doing what Israel does and completely annihilating a place, we actually consider civilian deaths in our operations. Yeah, we should have just murdered them all, kill everybody, kill every man, woman, and child in Vietnam. Then we could just build a resort there. That's how we do it. This is the same guy that says we should be stealing the oil from Iraq to pay for the invasion. Right. One scene in Apocalypse Now that isn't really talked about too much, but it is pretty interesting. So there's that amazing scene where they're coming in on the helicopters, and they're just opening up on, because it's a hidden Viet Cong base. It is an army base that is being that was a school that they were disguised. That was disguised as a school. Sorry, it was like an army location that was disguised as a school, and they were teaching school children there. So like the helicopters come in, they get all the kids out of there. At least they try to get all the kids out of there. And they open up and fucking rip the whole fucking place up, right? And then once they've softened everything up and they've destroyed the positions and there's no more anti-air and they start to mop up, right? They land. And then what do they do? What do they do when they're mopping up? Literally as they're like executing people, in one place. The camera pans over, and what do you see? You see civilians being treated with like civilians who are like injured, getting treated by the U.S. Army and airlifted to doctors and stuff. So as we are decimating the area, completely annihilating it, we're also bandaging up the civilians that survive and airlifting them to hospitals and shit. And what is Donald Trump's genius idea? We shouldn't do any of that second part. We shouldn't give a shit about the human beings there. We should just fucking annihilate everybody that stands in our way. And that's how you win. Talking about Apocalypse Now, if you haven't seen the movie, it's a brilliant movie. But definitely check out Apocalypse Now. But what I'm talking about, though, is the dichotomy of how the United States does military, how the United States does its business. Right? We did the same thing in Iraq. We're blowing up homes. We're killing civilians, dropping bombs on wedding parties, and we're also funding colleges for Iraqi girls to read to like get away from the Taliban in Afghanistan. Right? And Donald Trump is, and that's what these dictators think, though. They go like, no, that's weakness. We don't help anybody. We go in, we conquer, we steal, we kill, we take, and it's the strong over the weak. And that for the last like however many years, like since World War II, that's not how America has done things. We've meddled in other countries. We've fucked around in other countries, but we weren't there to steal the country. We weren't there to steal, because everyone was like, oh, we're there for the oil. We were there for the oil, but we weren't there to steal the fucking country, to take the oil, like all the oil. We were there to, for oil companies to secure a good contract. But Donald Trump was like, no, we should have taken Iraq. Right? With Greenland. We should just take Greenland. Canada. We should just take Canada. Oh, we need the precious metals? We should just take it. Take it. We're stronger. Okay. No. All right, folks, that's all the time I have for today. Sorry. Sorry to go on that rant there. Empire's a good thing, right? But no, I mean, what Donald Trump is advocating for, what Pete Hegseth is advocating for, is a foundational shift in how America uses its military power across the world. To go from meddlers and time wasters and, resource wasters into conquerors, into thieves, like Putin, like China. Right? He wants in on that action. Venezuela, sure, they're on the chopping block. Why not take Cuba? Why not? It's right there. Why not? No problem, Grim. Thank you so much for coming in. Thank you, Borderline Feline. Female eunuchs and Borderline Feline. I picture you two as kitty cats curling up together on a scratching post, sharing each other's warmth and purring away. B-Ree, you have yourself a good day. It's so good to see you. Rebel Phoenix, thank you so much for your enthusiasm. I appreciate it, B-Ree. Ponder Monkey, thank you again. Yeah, exactly, Ponder Monkey. He bitched out. Big props to all you lurkers. Thank you so much to all you lurkers giving me those views. I do appreciate it. Blase, thank you, Blase. Big props to you, Blase. Rebel Phoenix, once again, big props. Quick double tap, thank you. Big props to you, quick double tap. Doc Watson, sorry once again to tell you to fuck off. I think we had a misunderstanding. And yeah, I talk about the subject all the time. We need to hybridize capitalism and socialism. So just because Norway, it's fair to say Norway is considered capitalist, but the citizens enjoy all kinds of socialist policies, So it's like, it goes back to what I say all the time. People want capitalism and socialism. They want it both. And it's kind of up to us to deliver that in a fair and equitable manner. Big props to Trailhead. Lovely to see you once again. Thank you, Trailhead. Let's see here. Who else on this motherfucker? Once again, big props to all the lurkers. Chilling Jazz. Thank you, Chilling Jazz. Thank you so much. Tisriel, thank you for coming in. Always good to see you, Tisriel. Hope you're doing well over there in Ukraine. Woke Patriot. Thank you again, Woke Patriot, for stopping in. Blase, thanks again. All right, folks, take care of yourself. And, I don't know. I'm going to try. Look, this is all the news I still wasn't able to cover. All right, I'm doing the best I can. One of these days, I will cover so much news, it'll make you sick. You'll be sick of seeing me. I'm going to turn this asshole off. He does like 30 hours of news a day. That's impossible, but he does it. I'm already sick. Yeah, female Enix, that's a good point. Thank you, B-Ree. I'm doing the best I can, but I appreciate y'all coming in here. Yeah, bound, but you what are you paying for? It's all about what you're paying for. What is the happiness scale? What's the happiness rate in Norway compared to the rest of the world? It's about getting what you're paying for. Happiness, contentment, security. Right? The people know the government in Norway takes care of them. And they're happy. They like it. Then why are people so happy over there, Bound? Why are they totally stoked about their country? Right? Of course, they're like, always people will always complain. People will always want change. But, when it comes to like, are you happy? Are you content? Do you feel secure? People in Norway, like through the roof. There's a reason. Okay, but like taxation without representation is what you're talking about, Bound, right? Because that's what Donald Trump wants for us. He wants to be taxing us, makes us into slaves. Probably like we earn nothing. Who knows? Who knows how far Donald Trump wants to go? But yeah, taxation without representation. Fuck that, right? You're just wasting my money. You're corrupt. But taxation with representation. Taxation, and then they spend that money on the people. People are totally stoked, right? People are totally stoked about it. And that's the point that I'm trying to make, is that the reason why people are stoked in Norway, why the happiness rating is high there, is a direct result of socialist policies. A direct result. Okay? Like you can draw a direct line. So we can't ignore that. All right, folks. Thanks again, once again. Take care of yourself. We'll talk again more. We'll talk again very soon. I promise. Just kidding. This is the last stream ever. This is it. I'm retired. Last stream ever, dude. Bye.
Like
Bye.
this. Biatch.